dropping the hammer.
And what is going out there, everybody, on this marvelous Monday? Yeah, what's going on, everybody? Welcome in. Yeah, just getting hot and heavy, I guess, as far as doing some map stuff. I guess as far as for Farm Sim 22, and the main primary focus, I guess I should say, is working on roads and signs. So yeah, that's been the name of the game here, I guess, as far as for this evening. I do have some particular road signs and roads over on the east side of the map. You can see the main town, I guess, as far as over yonder. So yeah, I got all this area here still to develop. I do have a lake over in this part. I did show previously, I guess, as far as how you've got a fenced-in lot, I guess, as far as for a lake area. Probably do something similar over here. So yeah, we'll probably focus on that maybe a little bit. Lots to do. What's the map based on? That's a good question there, Unknown. So it's kind of semi-fictional, but it is based on a real-world area known as Columbia County, Wisconsin. So this is kind of the rough layout, I guess, as far as of what the original map for Farm Sim 19 was all about. This is a 4X version of that for 22, for FS 22. So some of the roads that I'm taking into consideration, which some of them are already in here, like Duffy Road and stuff like that. Keep in mind that it's not 100%. This 4X version of the map is not 100% based on, I guess, as far as the entirety of this area. So there is at least some influence and inspiration for it. So I think I did. Yep, I did. So I did mark these because as far as this is the east end of the map, west end of the map. So where we're at right now is on the west end of the map, which is over here. Roughly over here. That's where we're at over here. So there's our main town. Got these roads that come out here. Most of these areas here, what I'm considering to do is to make these vacant lots that you'll be able to purchase in the, based on the farmlands, and be able to do whatever you want. So call it a vacant building plot. But this would be considered here. This is the original map border for the standard map, and between this and the new map border is all the 4X area. All the 4X area. So with keeping in mind and just being able to utilize, I guess, as far as the building mode that does exist in Farm Sim 22, which is a brand new deal, I want to be able to make use of that, right? So most of this area in here, which is the original standard map, I guess, as far as for Farm Sim 19, is going to be very familiar. to most that have played the Farm Sim 19 version. Obviously, some structures have been replaced, I guess, as far as to just remove, I guess, as far as the necessity to add too much model and texture weight to it. So yeah, it's been a fun deal. It's taken since Farm Sim 22 has come out up till now to get it to this point. So it's been a lot of balancing out, like I said, as far as such things as the model and texture weight, to not make the map so bloated to the fact that it just makes it unplayable. One thing I'm still trying to figure out is how to get the river and the waterways, I guess, as far as to freeze over and still make them, you know, seem like that. And so one approach that I've taken to it is to have it ice over. It does have the snow effect to it. It does have the collision to it. True man of war. Holy crap. Holy crap, that scared the crap out of me. What's going on there, True? 2 months in a row, I guess, as far as with the VIP to the channel. We'd like to consider everybody a VIP to the channel, I guess, as far as like that. Appreciate coming on over here, True, and welcome on in. Crystal also coming in. Thank you very much. What is going on, everybody? Appreciate that. If you don't have the emotes, spam some emotes. Also got the hype command. Use the hype command, I guess, as far as to put some hype out there, I guess, as far as for True's resubscriber 2 months in a row. Appreciate that very much there, True. We're just getting started, I guess, as far as just kind of briefly going over, I guess, as far as what we're working on for the Dairyland map, 4X, I guess, as far as for Farm Sim 22. That was with your Prime too, there, True. You could use that anywhere you wanted to, and you decided to use it here. So very much appreciate that. Very much appreciate that. Got that 2-month badge in there, sweet. Crystal using the crayons, getting the crayons, yes. So yeah, if you're feeling a little bit left out with some of the stuff that I'm doing on here, you've got the crayons, I guess, as far as to kind of, you know, you can kind of help out in your own virtual way without physically touching it, as far as what's going on in my editor here, for example. So yeah, feel free to use that if you are following the channel. That is one of the perks, I guess, as far as for following the channel. So yeah, what I was basically going over, I guess, as far as roads and signs are the name of the game, I guess, as far as for the time being. I do need to start developing the East End more, which I've already started on that for the most part. So we're just gonna kind of pan across. So all of this here that I'm panning across here currently is the original standard map from Farm Sim 19. Some here might find it a little bit familiar if you have played the Farm Sim 19 version. So yep. Don't give me crayons, they'll get eaten faster. You know, so you're not the only one there, True. You're not the only one here that likes to use the crayons as snacks. And we ain't one to judge. We ain't one to judge. Whatever you find necessary or appropriate, I guess, as far as to use the crayons for, you go right ahead. There's no judgment here. Absolutely no judgment. So we're working our way over to the east end of the map. So this is the original industrial park from Farm Sim 19. With the ability to be able to have stuff load in dynamically through the form of a placeable. That's why this is mostly empty. It removes a lot of that model weight and texture weight that I keep mentioning as far as to the map itself. It makes a big difference on how the items are, I guess, actually on there. So stuff that's more static, like these items that you see here, adds model weight, I guess, as far as to the map. The more we can separate that and be able to remove that and have the end user be able to control what is presented on the map is even better. You know, so you can definitely go nuts, as some of you have probably come to find with the new Farm Simulator 22 build mode. And you can find out pretty quickly, I guess, as far as you put too much of one thing in an area, yeah, your game's gonna struggle a little bit. So, but having that ability to guess to do that, it's pretty cool. Yeah, so there's still some areas that I got to develop over here. This is one of the fenced-in areas for our lake area, I guess, as far as on the east end of the map. I do have some roads in here. So over here, I think I showed this for Spawn Design Studio Saturday. So for those that tune in for that, this is where the racetrack spawns in as a placeable. It can be removed. This is where it'll dynamically load in at map start. And if you do care to want to remove it through your map play, through your map save, you can do so. The way it is right now is you cannot bring it back after you sell it. It's a very large item, and it makes it pretty difficult, I guess, as far as to place. I've done some testing, I guess, as far as to there's just a lack of being able to zoom out far enough to be able to place such a large object. So yeah. So Crystal knows a little bit, I guess, about True wanting to use those, I guess, as snacks. Again, you're not the only one, I guess, as far as that tends to want to do that. So to each their own on that. Like I said, there's no judgment here. So this is going one of the new roads that we did apply to the east end of the map to go to this lake area, and this is just a tributary, I guess you could say, of the main river on the north end of the map. And it goes all the way over here to a fenced area, to which I did add a little something to here, so I guess I could kind of show that off. Oh, it doesn't load in as the I forgot about that. So this loads in dynamically as well. So there's a fenced area that loads in here that has an opening gate. You have to purchase the land to have the access to that. So there, this is kind of the idea that I've been going by with some of these areas, to be able to do whatever you want with it once you buy it. You can keep it exactly the way it is if you so choose. But this is a free water source. So if you wanted to start your farm over here on a fenced lot, you can do that and have a free water source. Be able to back your trailer right up into that and
hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! What for?
Yeah, what for? I'm hoping those audios are coming over as loud as they are for me. I'm hoping. If they're not, definitely let me know. I can adjust that audio. So I always have to adjust my audios from one stream to the other because of games. Games just don't have the same level all the time. That seemed to come through pretty good. That's another one. That's a very favorite one. I'll be honest. So on my end, I can see how many times that's been redeemed, and that is the top of the charts. That horse fart. That one is courtesy of our good friend John Von Zombie, who also streams mostly on the mornings over on his channel. He's been doing some. I forget what he's doing at the moment here. I think it's Dead Rising. Oh, I feel so terrible, I guess, for not knowing. But he's been streaming mostly in the mornings. That sound comes from one of his gameplays. He tends to make his own game sound effects, and they're super hilarious. And the fact that he's given us the opportunity, I guess, as far as to use one of those as a redeemable sound bite, I guess, as far as on our channel, that's pretty cool. Pretty stinking cool. I definitely suggest, I guess, as far as if you like some morning streams, you want something to kind of wake yourself up pretty comically, definitely check him out. In fact, let me do this here real quick. I'm gonna use the Twitch version here. Let's see how this works. As far as the shout out, it will put, if it works like it's supposed to. Find out here in a second. Give me a second. See, that should be. See, he's not in the chat, so I can't add him. All right, cool. There we go. That should put hit that purple heart, I guess, as far as on there.
Man of War says crayons are a long lost forbidden pleasure. Crayons were the first to say taste the rainbow.
You sure? Was it the crayons or was it the Skittles? That's pretty funny. So True found the TTS. You found the TTS. That definitely get everybody's attention. That is a very useful tool too. That goes for anybody. Anybody that does have the channel points can feel free to use that text to speech TTS. I guess as far as to get my. So if I do tend to miss any of your chats, definitely let me know. So unknown. Just going back to my chat here. Are you going to add in mods for like building? Yes. Good question. Very, very good question. So. Maybe not so much grain bins necessarily, because there are plenty to choose from, I guess, as far as by default. But as far as sheds and storage, equipment storages and stuff like that, absolutely. There's going to be some custom husbandries, I guess, as far as for animals. There are going to be baby moo-moos on this map. I know we've seen that on, some choice maps, I guess, as far as, on the net. This is something that I've been working on for the better part of a year, as far as to get them to work the way I feel they need to. So, yeah. Really nothing else custom other than that. I know there are plenty of other maps out there that have tons of things that are custom. Totally understand that. This is so the primary premise for this is based on the name of the map, Dairyland 4X. For those that have followed and played on the original map, I guess as far as for Farm Sim 19, the last version was version 3. It was like 3.1 dot whatever to get the baby moo-moos in to that version. This one here, I've taken it one step further, I guess as far as to call it. So I figure it's going to be Dairyland 4. It's like, you know what? Why not use the 4X template, I guess, as far as for the map size? So, hence the term Dairyland 4X. And the 4X can kind of be a play on words, I guess, as far as to successive patches, I guess, as far as to that, if it does present itself, which it probably will. As new stuff comes out to Farm Sim 22, there might be new things added to the map as the initial release moves on. So, no different, I guess, as far as than the Farm Sim 19 version did. Alright, so just to kind of show what we had going on here, I need to work on the road areas over further down here, I guess, as far as on the east end of the map. I cannot remember if I did finish up. Yeah, so there's still some grass and such a thing need to put in here. So this kind of outlines, I guess, as far as the original standard map size right here. So it used to be a border right here. So now this is all opened up based on this 4X size. So yeah, crayons are older than the Skittles. Are they really? I did not know that. That is something I learned today. I remember, so there is a box of 64 crayons. How many of you remember, I guess, as far as the 64 size box of crayons where it had the little flip lid and it had the sharpener for the crayons on the backside? I still have one of those, and I believe it's from like the 50s.
Let's get ready to rumble.
So yeah, Chavez coming in with the rumble. I think we are rumbling at this point there, Chavez, especially with you showing up here. I appreciate you. What is going on there, Chavez? We got True, Crystal, we got all the game kind of over here. How's everybody doing today? How the heck is everybody doing today? Hope y'all doing well on this marvelous Monday. I need to refresh some things over, man. Give me a second. Give me a second. Alright, cool. Awesome sauce. Yeah, that works. Yeah, Twitch was being a little bit twitchy, so I had to refresh some things. So this is another road on the east end of the map that I've been working on.
Bryce Del Crigo says I am great at playing FSMP.
Who's great at? Huh? What did I miss there? Oh, Chavez, you're great at playing FSMP. Oh, Crystal is. Yeah, Crystal, yeah, definitely you are. You definitely are. So you found the text-to-speech too? Sweet. Yeah, you've been grinding, I guess, as far as on that on Deuce's Outhouse community maps. That's pretty neat. You can still get the 64 box about $12. Really? Welcome in, Easy. So they still have those available. I remember the one that I've got is like from the 50s. So I'm sure Crayola. Yeah. So let's make that straight too. So the specific Crayola crayons, that box of 64. I don't know when they were initially, I guess, as far as created, but yeah. Of course, it's on Amazon. Let's be real. SSDD keeping the roads hot. Today is my Thursday. Tomorrow is going to be home day. Yay!
You can do it!
Hell yeah! That's what I'm talking about. We're trying to do it. We definitely are there, Chavez. We definitely are. That's what it is. But over time, they have changed some of the colors. Yeah, that's totally understandable. So not the original colors. So they come up, with modern times, whatever you have, different colors gets to get introduced into the mix. I've got one of the originals, I feel, I guess, as far as of the 64 box of crayons with that sharpener on the back. Pretty cool. I need to dig that out, actually. That was kind of my inspiration. I found one or a few of them, I guess, as far as just loose, and that's how I came up with the crayons, because I felt people were getting left out, I guess, as far as what I tend to get busy at with being creative here on these streams like this, be it on Modeling Monday or even Spline Design Studio Saturday. So never like to have anybody feel left out. Never. So this is another one of the roads on the east end of the map that we have going to the border. This goes all the way out to the border, so just kind of, you can kind of get a sense of what's going on with the border of the map too. So east end of the map right here. I do need to probably put another road in here somewhere. And going back to my layout, so I don't have any plans, I guess, as far as to go any further. So this is the original standard map, as far as that original border. So there's the east end that we're currently on in the editor. I don't have any plans, so it's just, here's the road that we're currently on. So this is what I'm considering here, I guess, as far as for that. And the names for these, I've got some names for these roads, I guess, as far as in consideration, and also to put some road signs out there like we have on the west end of the map, as I showed at the start of the stream. So lots to be considered, I guess, as far as there. So I am kind of considering, I guess, as far as to put a road going over to this road here, just to kind of break up this land. This is a massive amount of road, and this is what kind of keeps it somewhat fictional. We're not trying to base it on anything that's in reality, but parts of the map are considered to be kind of realistic. So to put a road, say for example, going to this this lake area right over here, just to kind of cut one over here, and then you have still this area, I guess, as far as from that road, if I put one there over to the border, something of that nature. So even on the map borders here, what I've taken the approach to do is to put a dead end. So these types of things. So there's a couple different variations, I guess, of the dead end. So there's this one here, and I do have some roads that go all right up to the expressway. You cannot use this expressway. It's not accessible, but it is visible. And I will have some traffic going down on these highway here outside the border of the map eventually. That's a whole nother can of worms there, that's for sure. So yeah, you can see all these road signs that are specific to some of these roads that I've been placing down here. And I do have, just to kind of give you some insight, this is my layout for all that. So I still got plenty of room to make more road signs that are very specific to this map. Very specific. And I also, did I not open up? No, I didn't. Trucking Guy coming on in with the honk horn. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, Trucking Guy. How's it going? Yeah, it's fun. It's definitely fun. We're having some fun. I hope we're having some fun. If you come over here to have some fun, then I hope not to disappoint. That's for sure. We're gonna have some fun with this. So I'm going to bring over, I have a road going from north to south, I guess, as far as on the west end of the map. I'm going to try and bring some of that over to make a road going this way. I think that'd be pretty cool. This road name here, I don't know if I got a name on this one. I got to double check that. I don't think I do yet. I don't think I do yet, but we're going to check and see. That way I know what to put on that road sign for that road that we're going to add to it. Yeah, so there's still plenty of area. I still got to add foliages, I guess, as far as to the ground. There are some areas that are done. This is one of the original farm layouts. This is the, see, that's the Gomez farm. This is the Roberts farm. Yeah, so that should be, go back to our layout. That would be this area right here. Field 28. Just for clarity. So we got field 28 here, and then there's the farm layout there. So my chatbot's being a little bit, yeah, it's being a little bit slow. What's going on there, Apache? Welcome in. What's going on? We're just doing some work on Dairyland 4X, and you can see there's still some areas I still got a we're slowly getting there. So we're working our way out from the original standard size map out to the 4X area. So this is the Gomez farm over here. Got a little pond here. This is a free water source. And as I mentioned earlier, we're still trying to get it to where we want these bodies of water to be able to freeze over during winter. I haven't found a really nice method, I guess, as far as to do that. The one method that I did come up with, I don't think I finished what I was describing. It gives it the look that it's froze over, but you can still go through it. But what I've come to find, much the same as it was for Farm Sim 19, if you put a collision to that is invisible, you won't be able to get access to the trigger, I guess, as far as for the free water source. So yeah, I still got to work on that a little bit. So this is the Gomez farm. This over here would be like field 19. So we're over in this area. So field 20, field 33. This area here, now that we got the 4X area, I can probably build this up more. So in the original map, there was really not much going on here. So this is an area that's based on reality, which is Columbia County, Wisconsin. Just for clarity. And I'm trying to use some of the names, so there's a balance between being a little bit fictional as well as realistic. And have an inspiration or an influence, I guess, as far as to it. So yeah. You got not a lot going on there. You were asking me some questions, I guess, as far as in DC streams, I guess, as far as yesterday about your map. So we're kind of getting into roads a little bit. You were mentioning as far as using that spline road constructor deal. I don't typically like to use that because part of the reason is, I guess, as far as it doesn't follow the terrain as nicely as I'd like it to, and it's very limited as to what type of textures you can apply to it. So that's kind of my approach. Plus, it's very cookie cutter, if you will. So like the approach that I've taken, for example, you got this style of road, which is very country stylish, and then it kind of blends into or transitions to this tile. So this type here, once we get out further. You can't do that with that spline road creator to be able to make different variations of roads. So if you want to make a combination of dirt and gravel and stuff like that mixed in, you can't really do that with that. So I've just taken the approach, just as usual, per usual, I guess, as far as to have these sections. And this one here is based on what's already in like Elm Creek. It's a very nice deal. And I've done variations, modeled variations of this map, of this model of a road, I guess, as far as to create shorter pieces, curved pieces, slanted pieces, stuff like that. There's more flexibility in it, I feel, doing it that way. Maybe just my personal opinion, but I know you were asking about that, and that just further clarification on the use of it or not. To each their own, I guess, as far as if you want to use that, absolutely, but not really what I'm looking for. Yeah, I manually place the roads. So if you're working on a bigger map, for sure, it's going to be very tedious, I guess, as far as to do it in this fashion. The fact that this is only a 4X map, yeah, it's still a little bit tedious, but it's not nearly as bad as it being much bigger than this size of a map. So if you've got a lot of straight roads to where you want the same type of textures, the same look to it, across the map, the spline creator deal, I guess, as far as not a bad way to go. And the fact that we're basically porting in, I guess, as far as the original map from Farm Sim 19 in here, a lot of the construct of the roads were already here, so I didn't really have to do much. The only thing I'm having to do fresh and new is just the 4X area, which is a whole nother map in itself when you put it together in totality. So what I needed to do was look down here. This road is, I think this is Duffy Road, I gotta remember. So we're gonna go down here. This is all part of the original map, or the standard map, yep. The majority of the map is going to be flat. Next map might have some terrain. Right. So yeah, if you've got a relatively flat map, and you want to have just the same type of road textures to it, the spline creator's probably not a bad way to go. Just to throw down some roads really quick. But if you want to have variation in your road, you know, as far as the look of it, probably not as much. Yeah, so this is Pergandy. Yep, so here's another custom roadside. So Duffy goes this way, so this would be Pergandy, and it kind of bends in that direction. So we're going to continue to have that be named Pergandy, and we can look at our layout here. So that's this road right here. And I don't have a label on my layout here, but that would be Pergandy. That's why I had to look and see. So this is Duffy, runs on an angle here. This one curves here. This one goes up on a hill, the 33. I do have a static farm area there, which is down this road. Much the same as it was in Farm Sim 19. You know, I've used different trees and stuff like this at this point, but pretty much the same layout, same terrain. It goes up here to this static farm area. So this you cannot remove, it stays static, but you can totally use the field. So if you want to put equipment over here based on, say, the Gomez farm, right over here, got a pathway coming from that one there. You can use this area to get to this field. It's very versatile, and much more versatile actually, I guess, as far as having this 4X area. So it's been fun to work on, I guess, as far as to make use of this 4X area. But like I already mentioned, I guess, as far as what I'm considering, I guess, as far as for this 4X area, is just to make a lot of vacancy to it. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time putting buildings down or whatever. There's going to be plenty of sheds and such going to be built into the map that you'll be able to choose from. Much of the same type of buildings that are in these already placed areas, which can be totally sold for nothing, no return. I want to make that clear. So when you sell a lot of the items in the store to remove, I guess, as far as the farm layout that initially loads in, you cannot get that entire layout back. So you would have to go into those individual pieces that I'll have built into the map to rebuild it if you want to do it that way, and even to put it in a different spot. You know, that build mode, this map is going to make use, I guess, as far as of this new build mode, I guess, as far as for Farm Sim 22 as much as possible. Using a lot of placeable mods and sheds, using for my map, going to dynamically load them and then remove it. Yes, and that's the same approach I'm taking here. Well, with the placeables, there are going to be some things, like I've already shown, I guess, as far as that are not going to be removable, you know, based on sell points and things like that. So the main co-op and the main town that you can see from here, and also Billy Bob's. So those are still going to be the two primary sell points. So if you want to put any additional sell points, I guess, as far as like in the 4X area, you have the freedom to be able to do that. But that is going to be the two primary sell locations that were prominent, I guess, as far as in the standard map for Farm Sim 19. A little bit different layout, I guess, as far as, you know, slightly, but the location of them are pretty much the same spot. Alright, so now that we know that this is Pergandy, I want to take, so I gotta go into my streets here. I do have some city roads over on this end, going north and south. I may have to go over to that side there just to kind of, so I did previously have, those broke down, I guess I did not do that, okay. I kind of messed myself here a little bit. Let's go to this intersection. That should be over there, yep. Let's go and zoom over there, there we go. So this is on the east end, the west end of the map, I'm sorry. So I want to take some of these roads here and kind of bring them over to, so I can group those up and kind of bring them over, I guess, as far as to that area. So that's what we'll do here. You know, you need to learn Blender better, because I have some things I wanted to build for. Yeah, good luck with that. That's all I can say. I'm still pretty privy, I guess, as far as using 3ds Max. I've found that the exporter for 19 works just great. The only downside that I've come to find is when you load it up into the editor, as far as your object that you export with that 19 exporter, it'll just tell you, the worst thing it tells you is it's an old shape file. So as long as you save that model, I guess, as far as in the new editor, then it's fine. That's the only downside to that. So the new exporters that they've made for that are specific to Blender, it seems. They do have one for Max, but it's for the newer versions of Max. I don't have licensing for that, so I got a legacy copy. So I'm kind of using what I have available to me, I guess, as far as to not spend an arm and a leg, I guess, as far as on licensing for different softwares. I know Blender's free, don't get me wrong, but I cannot stand the way you model, I guess, as far as in Blender is in comparison. So that's just my own little beef, I guess, as far as with that. To each their own. Again, I guess, as far as if you know how to use Blender, more power to you, because that seems to be the approach that Giants tends to use, I guess, as far as for creating models, especially to make use, I guess, as far as of different aspects like the building shaders and stuff like that. I have had to use Blender to be able to get like the snow planes onto roof buildings, and if I want the winter aspect, I guess, as far as applied to placeables or like that. So that's about the only thing I've used Blender for to this point. And I try not to have to want to use Blender at all if I can help it. So even these roads, these custom road sections that I've made, this is all done through Max, through my legacy copy of 3ds Max. So it does what I need to do, I guess, as far as for that. What we need to do, though, is to take these roadways, we need to group them up. So this is one thing I always keep in mind. So the fact that this has its own translate, right? As long as the main translate is set to 0, I can group within this same transform group. And once I group that, I can move that to wherever that group over to wherever I want, and then just set it down without doing a freeze translate or anything like that. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to select these sections here so I can bring it over to the other end of the map, because it's already pretty much in the conformity that I need it. So starting with this one, I don't really need the intersection just yet, so we'll probably go this direction. I'll go all the way to that other intersection there. Okay, I don't need that one, so we'll get this road piece. Oh, actually, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to make my transform group, so let me do that first. So let me do create transform group. Doesn't really matter what I name it, because that's all I want. I just want it as a placeholder, I guess, as far as to put that selection into. So let's do this. I want to make sure it's in that 0 translate for these roads, that it doesn't move them on me. So let's do that. I'm going to put it right at the bottom of this one here, and then we'll reselect these fellers. Like so. We're going to make a copy of those and place them into this transform. Like so. See, it's going to keep them in the same position because it's at 0, much the same as this main transform here. It's very useful, I guess, as far as in that fashion. Now I can take this whole piece here, move it over to the other end of the map. And once I get those where I want them, I can take them out of this transform, and they'll remain, I guess, as far as where I put them. Okay, so we need to go back on this end of the map. Let me speed up or zoomy zoom, I guess, as far as a little bit. I go back and forth as far as, you know, again, working on a larger map, you would find yourself continuously changing the speed and how you zoom across the map. If you have it too low, then it takes you forever to get over to where you need to be. Another way you can get to point A to point B, if you've got things that are placed in different areas, you can just select it in your scene graph and highlight that, and then push your F key to get over where you need to. But I guess I kind of take this approach just because sometimes I come across things that I might have missed in a previous session of the map edit. So if I find something that I missed as far as like a splotch of grass, I'll go ahead and touch that up. So it gives me an excuse, I guess, as far as to do it this way, as opposed to just zoom, I guess, as far as from one end of the map to the other by just selecting something in the scene graph. You did know that, I guess, as far as which part there, Apache, I guess, as far as to do with the roads. So we want to bring it over here. So if you're working on roads, if you're talking about roads, and that goes for anybody, yeah. Oh yeah, selecting an object and hitting F. So let's say, for example, if I know there's something over here in my scene graph, which I don't because a lot of it's kind of blank, right? But if I knew what the name of this was, let's say I'm over on the other end of the map, I can select that in the scene graph, hit the F key, and it'll zoom right to that, and you're already on this end of the map. So that's a little bit easier as far as have to keep scrolling, I guess, as far as through that. But again, like I mentioned, as far as I'm making it an excuse to pan across the map like I do, because sometimes I miss things from a previous session of editing, and I like to be able to go across the map there to see if I did miss anything. And if I did, I'll go ahead and fix that up and then go on my merry way. Sometimes I can put you on a tangent, I guess, as far as to be like, you know, when you're focused on doing something in particular, like the roads, it'd be like, if you start working on something else, you'd be like, oh shoot, I forgot what I was working on. So I try not to go too much on a tangent, because then you get lost. Oh yeah, that'll be definitely nice on a 6. So even if you do put just a random object on one end of the map as a placeholder, at least you'll have something to select in the scene graph or be able to click on in the viewport, and just hit your F key. That way it gets you from point A to point B really quicker. So if you're doing roads, and especially if you want to maintain it to be straight, even if you were to put an object on one end of the map and the other, you would just be able to select those two items on both ends of the map to be able to just hit the F key and go to either end really quick. And then you can check and see how your roads are looking. Alright, so what we want to do is bring this transform over to here. So we want to take and do an interactive placement over to this side. Probably put it under the map. Where are you at? What in the world? Hold on. Hey, where'd my stuff go? Is it that low on this side? Hold on. Okay, that's interesting. Did it not move my roads over here? Oh, I think I know what's going on. So the fact that I moved this main transform over here, it still has the same translate for that. Oh, okay, I see what it's doing. I see what you're doing. So that did not work the way I was hoping. Bummer. Alright, hold on. Well, that's a bummer. Well, I'll be dang. Hold on a second. Did I do a freeze translate on that without knowing? Sometimes that happens too. When you do a freeze translate on some of these pieces after you get them into place, which I don't think I did. I did not. Oh, one way that you'll know is as if all these are at 0, even though it's not at 0, because 0 of the map would be like in the center. Alright, so I just gotta figure out what the heck happened here. That is weird. Normally what would happen is when I move this main transform here, it would put all of this where I want it to, but I did not do what I expected. So what I think I'm gonna do... Oh, that's gonna go against... I know what I forgot to do. So when I put this transform in, I should have actually brought that transform over to this spot before I actually... Because it was set to 0. Okay, I think I know what I did wrong. I know what I did wrong. We're gonna redo this. I boo-booed a little bit. So let me go back over here, do my F. Where'd that put me at? Okay, that's over here. So this is on the... Yep, this is on the west end of the map. There's the town. Again, using that that method that I was speaking of, I guess, as far as to select something that you know is over on the end of the map that you want to go to, and just hit the F key. Yeah. Didn't do the Control B. Did I not do Control B? I thought I did. I did the interactive placement, but I think I'm gonna try this again just to see what happens. I'll see what happens here. So let's try that again. Let me create another transform. I'm sure I just missed a step, I'm sure. Alright, so we're going to take this transform, which is at 0, correct. Cut that, we're going to put this bad boy, whoa, hold on, into our roads here. Paste that into there. I don't necessarily need to put it into this transform, I just want to make absolutely sure it's going to be at 0. Definitely having that transform, I guess as far as out here, it was already at 0. And that might be part of the problem as far as putting it in this transform, even though it is at 0. Okay. We're going to try it this way again anyway. So we need this one, this one. Go. Alright, we'll go from our scene graph. So whenever you find that you're not able to select it exactly from the viewport, you can see what's in the scene graph, obviously, and just select them that way. Another handy little tool. Alright, so we'll take these, copy them. Alright. And then we'll do an edit paste. Nice. There we go. Now, this is already at 0. Now, keeping in mind, I think what's happening is when I set that over here, see how much of a difference there is at 0 to this? That's why it's doing that. So I figured what I can do, and this is what I kind of sometimes don't like to do, is as far as to do a freeze translate. But here's another method you could do there. So move this little gizmo right here, which is at 0. This is the center of the map. I'm going to actually move this gizmo to where this is at. Pay attention closely. So I'm going to go like this and bring it right over to this spot. And you saw that move. That was that copy of that, right? So that's why it's not putting it where I want it to. So basically all I'm going to try and do is get this to 0 out with that roadway that I copied to this translate, to this transform. We're going to put it right there. And then what I can do is freeze transforms, and on the translate, preserve the instances, go like this. That did not do what I wanted to do. Shoot. Alright, what am I doing wrong? I know I'm doing something wrong. That did not do it the way it... See how it zeroed everything out here? That's the only downside sometimes, I guess, as far as to doing that. So it's going to be... They're going to be out here somewhere. It's going to be at 0. And I don't want that. Do not want that. Alright, so we're going to start over. I'd never usually like to use that method, I guess, as far as in that, but I thought I'd give it a try anyway, just to kind of see. I know I did that, I guess, as far as with these roadways going this way. I just gotta remember what the heck I did. Sometimes it's a learning curve. I just gotta remember what I did. I think what I might have did is I just took one of these sections and brought it over. That's another way I could go about it too. So just to select this one, I think I might just do it that way. So I'm gonna copy this feller. Yeah, we're gonna do it that way. We'll save ourselves some headache. So I duplicated that piece. And I may or may not want that one particularly. Is that a shorter piece? That is not rescaled. Just want to make sure. And I want to bring it over here. So I already got a duplicate of this one here. I'm going to move it and do the interactive placement over to this end of the map. And again, I can pan across, or I can just select an item and zoom across if I want. I'm going to go this route. Again, I get in the habit of doing it this way because then I can kind of see, it's like, oh shoot, I forgot to do something there. But you can kind of see how the map is developing as far as this point too. Yeah, that's what I was doing there, Apache, but it wasn't because of the offset of, you know, the center of the map. It still had to translate to the roadway. I didn't want to affect that. But yeah, Control B, I did do that. But you can see the offset there was the main gizmo wasn't actually exactly where. Yeah, that's the problem I was having. But yeah. Control B, you know, as far as the interactive placement, that's what we're speaking of there. So all I'm going to do is just take that one section, and I'll probably need to bring in, I don't know if I want a road going this way to have an intersection. We're going to bring this one piece over first and just see what we got. So I want to basically put that roadway right here and have it go towards this this fenced area over there. So now, using that method that you were talking about there, Apache, is to use this interactive placement, like so, and bring it over here. This is what I was trying to get it to do with that group, but because of that offset, when I brought the main transform over to this, it was actually spitting it out over this way. It was either this way or that way, and I didn't really want that. So I'm just going to rebuild my own little roadway, I guess, as far as just one section at a time here. I'll probably have to put an intersection here. I'm going to see how this looks going this approach as opposed to putting a intersection. Because I do have an intersection piece, but again, I like to have some variations in the road. I'll have to do some terraforming here because it's actually clipping on one part of it here, but that's fine for now. Yep. So we'll initially get this in place. And I'll probably go ahead and rename some of this one. So this was a B. Let me go over back to... So I know there's an intersection right here. This goes back to the east end of the map. Or west end. I get them confused. We're on the east end right now. This one's on the west. Just for clarity. So this one's just so if I wanted to use something like this, I can do that. Or I can just butt these pieces, make a T separately. I like this one here because it's got the curve. It's got a nice little look to that. I'm actually thinking of putting some street lights out here too because it gets pretty dark out in this area. I would probably put some street lights out there to kind of light that up there for the nighttime. So yeah, more custom signs. I guess as far as I did do this one, I guess as far as coming into town. Something else, I was talking with another good friend of mine, I guess as far as how to do the traffic splines to make the traffic. There's very minimal traffic splines on this one here. Right now there's only just the one that goes through the town and the one lane that comes all the way out to here and just comes right back into town. But the way it is set up right now, it's just one long spline that goes the same speed. So if I want to take use of having them go faster, I guess as far as in different parts here, I'd have to make a separate spline. If I make a separate one spline, I guess as far as to go a certain speed, and then another spline from start to end, I guess as far as it goes a different speed. That's something else I need to work on too. Alright, so what I was looking for is... Got on a tangent here a little bit. So I got different sections here. I got a B. Just want to see what I did here. Okay, this one's not a B. I just want to make sure I didn't resize those or anything. Alright, cool. Okay, so that one's still good. I think this one here... Let's see what I did here. So there is usually a reason why I've got them labeled something different. So this one's a B, a 15B, and this is a 15. I want to make sure I didn't do something different. Okay. So this one is that one. This one's this one. So I might want to bring one of these over is all I'm getting at. This is another B. Oh, this is another 15. All right, cool. So I'll probably go ahead and bring one of these over to the other end of the map. So we can go all the way out to the bottom of our scene graph. We know this one's down there. Cool. And we're just going to bring one of... Hold on. I'm going to go ahead and mark this one. So this is another little trick that I've learned that'll help you. When you got a lot of pieces like I've got here, if you want to make sure you're getting the exact one you want to interactively place, I guess as far as in a different area of the map, kind of add a little tag to it so you can see it clearly in the scene graph. And it can be as simple as just adding some stars to the end of it. That way it kind of highlights it a little bit. There's also the search feature that you can use here, which is a very useful tool, especially when you've got several items of the same type in your map. That's another way, I guess, as far as to do that. You just have to remember to clear out the search queue so that you can actually do something with it in the scene graph. Otherwise, it kind of locks it in place. That's the only the other thing. All right, so we want to bring one of these over to our other end of the map. So it's once again pan on over. I'm gonna go in this direction here. Yeah, so you're gonna see me pan quite a bit as far as from one end of the map to the other, and I do that for reasons. So yeah, that can. Apache, you were mentioning this as far as using that Control B or the interactive placement. It's definitely very useful, but it can bite you in the butt, I guess, as far as if you don't have your transform group, I guess, as far as set properly. So, for instance, if you don't have all the objects within a close proximity of that little gizmo, I guess, as far as to move around, probably not going to work as well. And that was what I was dealing with. So yeah, I definitely feel like that's probably the way I was doing it. It's been a while. I took a little bit of a break from working on roads for a long time and kind of focused more on these other placeable areas, like the racetrack. So for those that have tuned into the streams, I guess as far as for Saturday, we did do a little bit more work onto the racetrack. that's in the map. And it's based on a previous build that we've done for Force Blindness Night Studio Saturday for NASCAR Racing 2003. Pretty fun. Alright. So now we're back over here. Now I want to bring a copy of one of these, so I'm going to do a copy. And actually, you can do one of two ways. You can do the copy or the duplicate. I'm going to do the duplicate. And it'll automatically put that to the bottom of the scene graph next to this one. Now I can take out the star. I don't really need that on this one anymore. But I still have it starred up here. So if I do want to bring another one over, I can do that. Really no reason to, because I already got... I'll get this one over here. Excuse me. Okay. So now what we need to do is... You know what I will do? I can use this translate, so I know this one, this X, I'm going to copy that. This is another approach you can take besides the interactive placement. So if you know the translate to it, just copy that over, like so. So that one's already up there. See it up there. And so what is the Y? Copy that Y to this one. Whoop. Come on now, there we go. So this is another approach to using, so if you got something that you're trying to keep it within the same conformity, I guess as far as on the other side, which is what I'm trying to do here, you can just copy those translates as opposed, because if you do a Control B, won't necessarily put it in there, you'll have to adjust that manually. So using these translate here will definitely get it in the same conformity that you have it in another area, if that's the case. So I'm going to take this Z. So the Z is going to be in this direction. So I don't necessarily need the Z per se, because that's going to be in this direction. So the X and the Y for sure. Alright, so now as I place duplicates of this one and bring it back to this guy, they should be all lined up, in theory. So it's this F key over to this one. It's going to be buried in the map for now, so I'll have to adjust that. And in fact, let's do that right now. Let's bring up our window for terrain editing. Alright, and for those that don't know, we can adjust the size of this pretty easily by using what's called a replace function. I already have that in here. So one way you can do this, go into the sculpting mode. I'm actually going to switch this over to square. Like so. Yep, that'll work. I like the square one, especially when you're using, if you got square items like these roads, makes it a little bit more useful. Alright, so we got it on replace. That's what we want, and then we can do Control R. Like so. That'll actually pin, I guess, as far as what level that's at on the terrain here. So we know this is at 58,222, and we've got our roadway is actually at 58,068, so it's definitely buried. So we can set the Y on this one here to the same level that we just checked here in our replace mode. So we'll just do 222, and then from here we can actually just tweak on it. So we're pretty close, but we'll need to smooth this out. That's another reason why I like using the manual method as far as placing roads, to make absolutely sure that we don't have the terrain too low or too high to where it's clipping or it's got a big divot underneath it. Because the way the AI, that's a new function with FarmSim 22. If you've got areas below your road that are lower, I guess as far as than that actual Y in this case, as far as for that roadway, they get a little finicky. So especially if you combine that, I guess, as far as with putting an AI drive cost to the texture that's underneath the road, this is something else that we've definitely tested and confirmed. So if you want your job tasking, as far as when you go into, say, you want your AI to go from point A to point B and set those points, it definitely makes what you have to pay attention to, I guess, as far as to make sure your roads are designed properly. Otherwise, they will not exactly use the roads. If you don't care so much about that, then you don't have to worry about it. All right, so you can see how close we are as far as how that terrain is clipping through there. So one way we can do this is just smooth it out like so, but it's probably not going to be good enough. So what we'll do is Both of these are at 58,222 in that one spot. So we did a Control R, so we're at 58,222. But over here, okay, I'm just checking all this to make sure. So there's going to be different spots. This is why we see it's clipping. So I'll probably go ahead and move the road down just ever so slightly. So we'll just take a 2 off this and put a 0. And then we can actually set this. If it's too high, then we want it to lower it. Like so. So we only went down just that one little tick there, just as far as to get that terrain below the roadway. This is why I like to do it manually. I can absolutely ensure, I guess, as far as that the terrain is just going to be just barely below, I guess, as far as the terrain. What's up, Joe? They did that on Elm Creek under Main Road AI Keep switching splines. Yeah, that's with the splines, but like I was explaining there, Joe, I guess as far as if your terrain below the roadway isn't 100%, you know, close to, so if you got a big divot underneath it, for example, if you've got a spline there, yeah, that's how they'll stop. So I'm taking the approach to not even use entire road splines like they do in Elm Creek, because they will read that AI drive cost that you apply to a texture. So that's the approach I'm going to try and take to it. It's been working so far, I guess, as far as with other areas that I've applied it to. So how are we doing there, Joe? Hope you're doing good. Hope you are doing well. Welcome on in. There's a void under the road, right? And that's probably why they do that. That's the thing. And you and I discussed this, because as far as I think, Giants didn't 100% know what was going to work and what wasn't going to work, because that's a whole new technology that's in the Farms in 22 here. So the fact that they even have taken the approach to do that, that's what I commend them for, because it gives, so other maps that have come out around the Mod Hub definitely has tweaked on that whole concept of using partial splines as opposed to full splines, and also that texture, that drive cost that you put on the texture. So I'm going to eventually end up putting my own custom texture under here that's going to have a particular drive cost, and they will, if you set up point A to point B, like on this road, they will actually use the road. That's without even using a spline. Now I can pair that up with putting a partial spline in there to ensure that they're going to use like intersections and stuff like that, but I don't really need to. It kind of eliminates the necessity for splines. And you can see this also evident in a lot of the placeables. A lot of the placeables that you see, you know, the vanilla ones, they'll have the partial AI splines, or like the cell points and stuff. So it's much the same concept. Alright, so what I need to do is duplicate this guy. There we go. So I got to copy that. We're just going to scoot that down. We're going to work our way over to that other piece of road that's on this end. And yeah, these vacant lots here, I'm definitely taking the approach to just make them relatively flat. I don't have, so there's plenty of areas that have plenty of terrain and such, as far as in the original standard map. This area here, I want to make it so that you can do pretty much whatever you want. Whatever you want. So you'll be able to buy, and I'll break these down into particular farmlands, I guess, as far as to make use of it. So we're going to fix this as far as you can see all that clipping there. We'll do much the same that we did for the other road piece. I'm trying to make this much simpler on myself. Now, these roads, it's probably a fair mention, they won't be removable, but there's going to be plenty of area in between them, I guess, as far as to do what you want. So you can see all this space. So right over here is where our racetrack loads in. You've got plenty of space, I guess, as far as between these roads. But just to give you a means to go from one area to the next. So if you wanted to make your way over to here, I'll probably tie this in somehow. Once we get to that. It's baby steps. It's baby steps. Alright, so let's go back to our sculpting. Should still have it to this. We got it still set to our replace. So if it's higher, it's going to smooth it out. So instead of using just the smoothing tool and not, you know, this makes it much more so. I'm going by the translate of the Y on this one here to adjust what that's going to adjust the terrain to. So I know it's just barely below the translate Y, I guess, as far as I'm at. Yeah. So you're doing some trucking? Nice. Doing some trucking. Nice, nice, nice. I saw you posted, I guess, as far as in DC's Discord, I guess, about anybody that wants to join in there and have mod suggestions. If you have any bites on that there, Joe? Let's see. So the other thing I'm considering here, do I want to keep these all in line, I guess, as far as so they're not all scattered. I did have these grouped in here, so one of the things that I did do, and that's making use of the transform groups, is to make labels for different sections of the road. So even though I do have this label here as town roads, you can subdivide those by just putting an empty translate or transform into these to kind of say which areas these are. And I thought I had those in there, but I must have took them out for some reason. Must have felt at the time that I was kind of done with it, but another reason, another way to go about it, like I've already showed previously, is just to add a symbol, I guess, as far as down here, if you want to get to particular items. So in this case, I'm using roads. So if I want to get back over here, I can just highlight that, push my F, and go back over to that side. Especially if you want to do like this. So I'm trying to make roads that are pretty symmetrical in that regard, from one end of the map to the other. And this is my approach to it anyway. Alright, so we're going to duplicate. Did I already duplicate that? I did not. So we need to duplicate this one. There we go. And scoot that over. And we're making our way over to this one right here that we got on this end of the road. So just in case anybody was wondering. And then we'll adjust our terrain as we move along. So regardless of the fact you do it this method, which is kind of the more traditional way of placing roads, or if you take the approach of using that spline road creator tool, if you've got a much bigger map than what I'm working on here, you know, you've got those choices, I guess, as far as to do that. Let's go back into terrain. Still using that same level here in our replace. Just going right across the road and smooth that all out. Marvelous. So the other thing I need to double check is to make sure that there's no gap for sure under this road. See how nice and level that bad boy is? Beautiful. No gaps at all. So we love to see. So if I did have any gaps under there, so the fact that I've got this set to this level, if there was any spots that were lower, I'll probably end up going back over this, switch this to lower, to make sure that I'm getting the low spots, I guess, as far as to that same level as well. For now, I'm just going to leave it at that level, but I will switch this to lower, and what this means is if anything that's lower, it'll bring it to that level, the replace level. That's what helps you guarantee, I guess, as far as it's going to be. And again, I'm using the Y translate of this road piece as my guide as to where to set that at. Okay, so we'll duplicate this one. Moving right along. So obviously this is just a nice straight stretch of road. It's nothing all that serious, but if you get into curved roads and stuff like that, it can get a little bit more complicated. This road here was kind of fun to do because it had a bunch of curve in it. But I wanted to give it some dynamic, so I just, instead of just coming straight out and meet up with this road, for example, in a straight fashion, kind of added some curve to it. And then I put dirt roads over on this side, just to have access to this road over here. So this will be a viable plot of land over here eventually. I would say if you're having a big map, there are plenty of road plugins for Blender. Exporting terrain larger than 4x is a bit of a nightmare. Yeah, absolutely. 100% agree. 100% agree, Joe. You're not wrong. Yeah, as I've mentioned before and earlier, is this 4x map, I've been working on this one since Farm Sim 22 came out, which was last November. and this is where we're at. And a lot of it, you know, there were some, they've got, you know, it relied on having to put some patches in. So now that they got a majority of the patches out for the base game, it's made it a little bit easier to be able to move along. Until they put a lot of those patches out there, because things were broken, they were kind of in a standstill. But just like it's been for even Farm Sim 19, we've had to wait for some things, I guess, as far as to get the functionality that we need. Smooth that out. And like I said, I'm going to come back over this and switch this to lower and go that route too. I haven't gotten to that point yet, so. Okay, so we'll go ahead and duplicate this one. Scoot it right along. Do. Yeah. And adjust our terrain. Alright, how are we doing? So I'm really hoping we got the cross fingers emotes, I guess, as far as in the emote. If you're following the channel, definitely feel free to use that, because I always get a little bit worried that the stream will get stepped on. I know it did that to us last Monday, but I think we've gotten a lot of the gremlins taken care of there, so I'm thinking we should be pretty good. But if at any point you don't want the stream to die on us, use the cross finger emote. If you are following the channel, you have access to that. Okay, so next road piece. Do. We're almost there. Almost to that other road piece. I'm gonna see how this looks though, if we butt that up there and continue this road going all the way to the border. So this would be the southeast corner of the map that we're looking into. So whether or not we'll get to some modeling or not, I've kind of got it in queue, I guess, as far as if we get some of these roads in here. I want to do some of our custom road signs, possibly. Now that we know what the name of our road is. So this road here is going to be a brand new road. And that's going to be, going back to our layout, it's going to be out here somewhere. This is the original layout for the standard map. So we're kind of beyond the east border here. So we're out in this area somewhere. So we're kind of in a free reign as far as what we want this. We know this one is Pergandy. And Pergandy will run into our new road. And I do have some names, I guess, as far as to apply, of a fictional sense, I guess, as far as out there. And I'll be able to apply that to my custom road signs texture there. So hoping to get into that at some point. Do 3D modeler to connect them? Absolutely no. You could probably do that if you wanted to, but I feel that's just kind of double duty. Really no need to do that. But I get what you mean as far as to connect them. You could do that. And you can even do them in sections if you wanted to. I've done that with the water planes, I can say that. So I've taken water planes, build water planes within the map itself, and they're separate planes, and then I'll export that out as a group into, in my case, 3ds Max. Then I've got that conformity of it. I've also taken the approach of just exporting the terrain itself out and make them that way, just to make sure that everything is lined up the way I want it to. But I feel if you're taking the approach to the lineup, and I think I know what you're getting at, Joe, as far as if you don't want to have gaps or too much overlap
Evan
on.
the Bandito says J-Rock booted.
No, I didn't. He's lying. Don't listen to him. How we doing, Evan? So yeah, if what you're referring to, Joe, is to not have too much overlap or too much of a gap between your roadways, you could probably do that. You could probably do that if you wanted. That was totally Evan. That was totally Evan. How we doing there, Evan? I have not taken the approach to do that, Joe, if that answers your question. I don't really feel it all that necessary. I kind of feel it's somewhat double duty to do that. Now, if you really wanted to, you could, if you have a road section in mind, I guess as far as that, you could bring, you know, an OBJ or a model piece of that into your Blender or your 3ds Max and build your roadways that way. But then you would have to bring the terrain of the map into your modeling program, which can get a little bit finicky depending on how you look at it. I tend to just do it this way. If there is more of a custom, you know, like if it's like a massive hill or something like that I need to go up to, I might take a little bit different approach to making the roadway. Hopefully that answers the question. But yeah, as far as what I'm doing here, as far as to export this out, bring it into Blender or whatever to connect them, I don't do that. I don't think it's really necessary. I kind of feel that's kind of double duty. That's just my opinion anyway. Not saying you couldn't do that though. I feel like if you're gonna do it in the 3D modeling program itself, then just model it entirely just in your modeling program, and not even bother doing it in the editor at all. But you could also take the approach, much the same as my water planes that I was saying. If you wanted to just create a plane here in the editor, you know, get the layout of your road, export that out as a transform group into your modeling program, and then you've got your roadways that you can build your roads however you want based on that terrain, because you'll have all those planes that are just non-textured or whatever in the conformity of the terrain. So instead of using an actual object like I'm using here as a guide, you can just put simple planes down in the map, export that out, import it into your modeling program, and go from there. That would be a more feasible approach to take to it. Yeah. You're doing swordplay tonight, so that Kingdoms Come, I think that's what they were playing. What was the name of that? I know you posted a game meme there in the Rock Nation Discord. That was funny. Super funny. So you're having some fun, I guess, as far as with that one anyway. Alright, so we're almost done with this roadway. We're almost up to trying to connect up with that. So we need another duplicate. We're getting there. So this is a non-modified version. So I took this section here that I'm working with right out of Elm Creek. I do have a version of the same one that's a little bit shorter, and I modeled it as opposed to just scaling it within the editor because it distorts, I guess, as far as the texture that's on it. I actually sectioned it out to make it shorter in 3ds Max, I guess, as far as to have a shorter piece as opposed to this long. I think this one here, based on this size here, that's why I left the 15 on it. It's a 15 meter. It's a 15 meter length. And then I've got, like I said, different versions of this same one, I guess, as far as that are shorter. Like a 5 meter and stuff like that. To get the size that I need, I guess, as far as around the map. Kingdom Come Deliverance, yeah. So you got your character, I guess, as far as nice and chonked up, I guess, as far as with some armor. That's pretty cool. Man, we're already over an hour into this thing. That's crazy. I don't even feel like I've done that much. So again, we're still using that replace function here, just smoothing out all the area that's too high. That's clipping through there. I'll go back over this and switch this to lower so we can get all the low spots, I guess, as far as at the same level. Once we get our roadway in here. Okay. We're getting there. So, this is part of the reason, too, that I haven't done much work on the PDA. We need to have all these types of areas laid out, I guess, as far as first before we do the PDA. It wouldn't make any sense to make a PDA based on. So this is why the PDA as it sits right now is still pretty preliminary. Oh, wrong one. Needed to duplicate as well. Oh shoot. I'll be doing that. So I clicked on the interactive placement instead of the duplicate. So I did a little boo-boo. Caught that before we made a massive mistake. You just got True Knight armor tonight and got sworn in as a knight. Nice. So you're definitely progressing the character. Very cool. Be cool if you streamy stram that. Let me check out some of that gameplay. It sounds pretty cool. That's so nice. Cool. Alright, so we got maybe 2 more of these pieces we need to get in here. So we do have one that's kind of buried on this end. Let's go ahead and fix that over here too. Let's do that. So we should be at the same level here. Well, I'm going to double check this here real quick. So let's go into here. Over the roadway so we can see what's exposed. So we do Control R. This one's a little bit lower. Okay. A little bit different. Okay, so what we need to do is actually bring this down a tick. And if it's higher, we need to lower it. Okay, so we're a little bit different on this end. Not by much, only just 1 tick. 1 or 2 ticks. But again, at least I can assure that it's only going to be that the terrain is only going to be slightly below. It's not going to be too high or too low, obviously. Alright, so there's the end of that piece. Alright, cool. So now we can see where we got to meet up here. We're going to continue to duplicate this one here. So the fact that I made this one a B, I'm not 100% sure why I did that, to be honest, but this is it's labeled differently, so I'm just going to keep it that way. I'm going to make sure that I got the same pieces that I'm... So again, I'm trying to make it symmetrical as it is on the other end of the map. So on the west end of the map, this is the east end. Map border right there. Just for clarity. Alright, so duplicate another one of these. Yeah, so the one thing that I've come to find too, a lot of these roadways that are in Elm Creek, they're based on a terrain mesh shader. I don't know how they did that. I'm going to be perfectly honest. So these splines are actually created on what we've been talking about earlier, like a spline creator. So yeah, it utilizes, these do not, I don't think, let me see. See, these do not use that same shader, which is a terrain deform shader of some sort. I forget exactly what it was named. All I've done is just make these relatively flat. So that's part of how the way I modeled them. But the texture is all dollar data. It's all stuff that's already in the game. So now Joe has got me a little bit self-conscious, I guess, as far as over the fact that I want to make sure I don't have... So if I wanted to snap and connect these to make sure that they're, you know, truly butted up to each other, not have too much overlap, I'm just relying on what's going on in here in the editor as opposed to just exporting that out as a group and connecting those properly. You got me kind of self-conscious of that now there, Joe. Thanks for that. But it was a very good question to bring up, though. More than one approach, for sure, I guess, as far as how you do roads. This is my approach. I'm not saying it at all as far as it's the absolute best way to do it about it. Okay. Alright, so I think we should be able to get one more section in here. We might need a shorter section, possibly. See how this turns out. And I do have some shorter pieces, so that's not really an issue. You can bring that over from our other roadway. Oh, this is going to be close. Oh, baby, yep, that is definitely close. Alright, so... yeah, you can definitely see how this B is shorter than this one. So what I might do is just scoot that one out of the way. I am not going to take the approach, actually, I've already mentioned this, to scale it you know, either one of these pieces down, because what it does is it distorts the texture. I don't like taking that approach when it comes to roadways or anything that has a you know, like a pattern onto it. When you scale it in the editor in that fashion, it tends to distort it, to either stretch it or shrink it. I don't like taking that approach with scaling. So if I don't have a piece that, you know, maintains, I guess, as far as there's some conformity to that, I'll actually model that so I can texture that properly, so it's the proper texture scale to it. I mean, depending on how much you're actually adjusting, you know, the scale of it, if you're going like to the extreme, like say twice as big or twice as small, that's what's going to make the difference. But if you don't do that, then it's probably not going to be as bad. So it just depends on how much you have to scale it. If it's only like a little bit, it's probably not all that bad. Okay. So yeah, well, what we're gonna do, I'm gonna leave this road piece over here just for now. I'm just gonna scoot it over. And I can already tell, just by looking at that, it's gonna be a little bit long to get into this road. So, I'm gonna look and see. I might end up going against as far as what I was saying here. You know, the fact that I still got this kind of flapping out here, there's really nothing that's connected to yet. I can always adjust that down there so I can totally fit another one of these pieces here. I might just do that. Now, if I already had that connected to somewhere up on this end, I would have to do something a little bit different here, because if I put one of these in here, it's probably going to be a little too long. Let's look and see what we got. Let's duplicate this again. I'm just eyeballing it at this point. Okay. Yep, it is a little bit too long. So what I'll do is I'm going to butt it up to this one here. So we're going to try a different approach than we did on the other end of the map with the intersection. We're just going to butt these two like this and make our own intersection this way. We'll get her close at least anyway. But this is what you were talking about, Joe, I guess, as far as to be able to connect them so you don't have a whole lot of overlap. Looks like I need to adjust that terrain there a little bit. Okay. No problem. Let's go. It's probably going to be a little bit different here, so I might have to fudge that a little bit. Oop. Let me deselect that there for a second. There we go. So let's get this roadway. Control R. Yep, that's definitely lower. Okay. So we want to gotta marry these up here a little bit. Yeah. So we're a little bit lower on this roadway, as we can tell. Alright, so we need to raise this up just a tad. Let's do... So what are we at this point? We got a little bit of a transition here. What's going on here? Okay. There we go. So this is at 58,016, and it goes down to 57. Yeah, we're definitely way lower on this end. That's interesting. Okay, what are we right here? We're gonna try and split the difference here. Yep, 57.99. So we need to. I'm gonna do a 50. Let's do 57.9. And if it's lower, yeah. What's going on there, Cosmic Void? Oh, right when you said hi, it started an ad. Yikes. Sorry about that. Not really much I can do about it. I've completely turned them off on my end, but I guess Twitch has found a way, I guess, as far as to turn those back on. So in this fashion here, I'm just going to go ahead and get it as close as I can here and just smooth it out. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a heck of a transition there. Ew, okay. Let's try and smooth this out as much as we can here. Well, ain't that a bummer. Okay, so I'm at a dilemma here. So what I might need to do, if I want to keep this all the same level as this road, I might have to change the terrain to this level, which is the 57. Do another control R. 57,829. So if I want that roadway, I guess as far as to be the same, I might have to adjust the terrain to that level. So I might have to do that, which is not a big deal. At least we know this now. Okay, so what we're going to do is get the terrain to this same level as this roadway, and then go from there. Now that we know that this is the deal, so if it's, we need to set this to higher. We need to get it lowered. Yep, so you can see that it's squishing it down a little bit, and it's going to have a little bit of a raise to the roadway. So what we'll do is we'll get some of this lowered to that same level as this roadway, and then we'll take this, and again we're using this as a guide, I guess, as far as where we want to initially set this roadway at to. Paste that. It's going to clip, so we're going to bring it up just a tad. Something like that. That way we know that'll 100% line up. Voila. Alright, so now we still got some adjustments to do over here. So we'll have to do that to the whole roadway if we want that to be the same level, which is not a big deal. Very doable. Sweet. So we'll probably have a little bit of a runway there. Sweet. Look how nice that lines up. Awesome stuff. Now, obviously we'll want to still be able to test this on the map to see if we got, you know, any divots or anything like that there, but still. That's the one I moved over. I can still see a little bit of it. Alright, so we need to adjust our roadway this way. So what I'll do first, already got that one, let's get this one. We'll move this one down. Okay, and then we'll adjust the terrain. Like so. So, oh, that's interesting. So we still got some clipping there going on, so we might have to adjust it. Oh, I forgot to adjust that to, yep, we gotta go 3-0 on that. We gotta bring it up just a tick. There we go. Forgot a step. That's about all. So we're only like one tick, like 1/1000th of a tick, I guess, as far as up on that. So we know, once again, I guess, as far as that our ground, our terrain is just below that roadway. That'll be pretty nice. We'll take that all the way down to the other end. Okay, so we'll just adjust these accordingly. Paste, and bring it up just a tick. So I'm bringing it from 829 up to 830, so you can see that very minimal difference. And then I'm using that replace function based on that terrain that we had over on this end. Again, just to ensure, I guess, as far as we got the same level terrain all the way through. I feel like I got much more control in this fashion, especially when you got a nice flat road like this. Yeah. Apologize, I guess, as far as I don't know, Cosmic Void, if you've gotten back there. Hopefully it didn't slam me, I guess, as far as with all the ads. Apologize for that. Which be like that though. We need to get bombarded though. Alright, so we got this one. Paste this one. And bring it up just a tick. Now I can use this slider, but since I only need to come up that little bit, I can just manually put in here. I can totally use the slider if I wanted to. I just feel like I'd be playing ping pong with that a little bit, so I'd rather not. Save myself that headache. You can actually see how much that's adjusting that too. Nice. It's actually cutting into the terrain pretty good there. But we're making sure that it's just below our roadway. we go. So you can actually see how much we've dropped that down from where it was. Now, I might even go so far too on these shoulders. I might actually smooth these out just to make sure there's not too much of a hill there. I'll probably go back through this and actually smooth it out just a little bit more. Whoops, I don't want to get too carried away though. Yep, just to kind of smooth it out a little bit. So one of the ways that I've found is pretty useful in doing that, because you've got the same terrain, it's kind of hard to see sometimes how you're adjusting terrain unless you get really low, is to apply a different texture to it. So to use like something that's different than what you're trying to adjust, it actually helps you see it a little bit better as far as the terrain difference. Alright, cool. Yeah, so this camera speed that I got on here seems to be pretty good so far. Alright, so this one, once again, we gotta copy paste that and bring it up just a tick. And then adjust our terrain. Just this step here is definitely one of those things that just needs to get done at some point. So I figure we did try to stream last week or whatever, but we had a little bit of technical issues, I guess, as far as glad so far it's not posing an issue, I guess, as far as so far. Hopefully it stays that way. Hopefully she stays that way. Whoa. That's another reason why I like to use the square tool as opposed to the round one, because I can size it, I guess, as far as to the size of the road, and actually focus that brush, I guess, as far as just on the size of that roadway. The round one, you can't do that quite as precisely. That's why it's nice that it has both tools. Depending on what you're doing, you have that versatility with the different tools. Makes it kind of nice. Alright, so we gotta lower this one down. Okay, bring it back up just a tick. Alright, and adjust our terrain. You could definitely, if you wanted to, make your brush way bigger. I'm just trying to focus what I'm adjusting just under the roadway. If you wanted to feather that out, I guess, as far as to, you know, put that terrain further out on the shoulders, you could do that if you wanted to. Totally not wrong. Okay. Sweet. So far so good. We're moving right along. Alright, so we got... Yep. Just bring this one down. Oh shoot, did I screw that up? I think I did. Hold on. I sure did. Just a little too much there. There we go. Yeah, it's better. Now, the other question is where we want to connect this road up to. That's going to be another thing that we'll have to address. So do we want to take it all the way to the dirt road on the other side of this lake area, or do we want to bring it into this curved road here? Those are some decisions we'll have to make. What are you saying sorry for? What are you saying sorry for there, Joe? I missed that. Was there something I said? Hopefully I didn't. Alright, let's adjust this one. Bring it up a tick. And adjust the terrain. It's like kind of a rinse and repeat type of process. There's a lot of that goes on with the map building, that's for sure. Bam, 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 bam. Man, you can really see how much we had to adjust that down. at this point, based on that roadway we haven't adjusted yet. Not a terrible thing. Not a terrible thing at all. If we want to keep our roadways all nice and on there, so we're okay. Making sure. So obviously, when we get to a different distance, it clips the terrain. It's actually the roadway that's going invisible. That's all due to the clip distance of the roadway. That's not necessarily a terrible thing, I don't feel. Clip distances do make a difference. Having them too high definitely be a detriment as far as to frame rates, that's for sure. I can 100% contest to that. Alright, bring it up a tick. And just the terrain. Rinse, repeat. Yeah, so another thing we'll have to address here is what we want to actually name this road. I do have some roadways in mind, and it's based on this area, the layout here. I don't have it labeled on this original layout for the Dairyland map, but I do have some roadways based on this same area to be able to apply here. One of which, let me see, you can get my. So one of them is Setz Road, S-E-T-Z, County Road, and also Burke Oak Road. Just to name a couple for this east end of the map. So we're kind of combining a little bit of fictional, I guess, as far as with reality, as far as for influence or inspiration. I'm kind of stepping out of my box a little bit, I guess, as far as to be so totally dead set, I guess, as far as of being completely accurate with the region, because let's just face it, it's really tough, I guess, as far as to make an area, I guess, as far as exactly the same way as it is, you know, based on having to make the buildings and so on and so forth. It would take us probably, it would take twice as long, let's just put it that way, I guess, as far as to build a map to get it exactly the same, to be able to do all the buildings that are, you know, exact, I guess, as far as the region you're trying to replicate. Not that it isn't impossible, but it would take a much longer. Okay, and then just bring it up a tick. And just the terrain. We're getting there, folks. Okay, so I think this is the last piece here, so yeah, now we can continue on once we get to this last piece. Continue on to where we want to connect this thing up to. I don't know if we lost Joe or anything like. Joe, did we lose you? I'm trying to figure out what you said sorry for. I don't think you did anything wrong, or maybe I did something wrong. What's Tisba's scratch? What are you talking about? What is a scratch? Paste. And bring it up a tick. And just drain. What is a scratch? What is just a scratch? Yeah, so my the chat in my bot is not scrolling, which is kind of messing me up there. So I'm having to look over at the Twitch chat. So if I do miss anything, I apologize. Alright, so there's our last piece that we put in there. We can continue on from here. Nice. I'm kind of liking how, so far, how this intersection is. So it's a little bit different, I guess, as far as on the other end of the map. Oh, gotcha. That was what it was. I forgot what we were talking about. Yeah, and it's not a big deal. But I felt that I needed to let you know. Because I totally get what you mean. I was just trying to give you crap, I guess. Like, and I'm sure you might have been giving me crap too, I guess, as far as like, well, why aren't you doing it that way? As far as to make sure they're connected properly. Call me lazy, I suppose. Yeah, I'm kind of liking how this one is going. It's a little bit more square, and I'll be able to, you know, add some dirt noise, I guess, as far as to that. I'm still not 100% sure if I want to go that way. Probably will. That's a lot of land. And again, I'll probably just take the approach of just taking it straight out. Taking it straight out. Just making these roadways in the 4X area really, really, really simple. Okay, so we're good so far. So we just need to go and finish up this end of the road. I'm watching the clipping, I guess, as far as through this, so it does spawn back in there. We're going to actually see how that presents itself in the game. That's something I have noticed. Some of the clipping that we see like that, I guess, as far as from one end of the map to the other, doesn't necessarily happen in the game. We'll definitely be testing that out in there. This is what we like to do, I guess, as far as on our Modeling Mondays and Spline Design Studios Saturdays, is actually see the fruits of our labor in its own element. Okay. So, alright, we're continuing on with this roadway. Let's go duplicate. Alright, and spit that out. So we'll probably have to adjust the terrain. Now that we know what our new terrain level needs to be at, let's be able to adjust. Oh, crap. Anyway, that happens sometimes when you're trying to just drag the one axis there, and it tends to want to highlight and copy, I guess, as far as item in your map. This is why I don't have a lot of stuff visible besides the trees. Yeah, so it's definitely been a good thing, I guess, as far as not having all the static items in the map, and they're more dynamically loaded. Okay, cool. It would be kind of nice, and it's kind of a wishful thinking, if they did have some type of snapping feature to be able to snap ends of roadways, I guess, as far as together, to make sure that they're just butted together and they're not overlapping and all that good stuff. It is probably wishful thinking, I guess, as far as when it comes to map design. They got some really nice features in the editor here for sure, in comparison to other previous versions. And I've mentioned a couple of those, like the search feature here, just to name a couple of the mesh painting that you can do to be able to paint such things as trees onto your terrain, and not have to do you know, Control D, I guess, as far as to copy, clone, and all that stuff. The mesh painting is really nice when it comes to doing trees, I will say that. There's other things you can use that mesh painting for besides that. I've used it for other models like rocks, if you wanted mesh paint rocks, I guess, as far as into an area, things like that. If you've got 3D modeled, anything 3D modeled pretty much, you can mesh paint it, regardless if it's got a collision or not. Alright, so I think what we're going to end up doing is actually bringing this roadway up to this dirt road, and we'll tie that into that, and I'll probably actually bring another dirt road up to that. I think that'll work. So this one here, this is the balance that I'm creating with the design of the map. These here you won't be able to remove, right? So these will be static. I wanted to create, I guess, as far as a method to have a road, but also to have it be either taken out at the end user's discretion. That's why I've taken the approach to put dirt roads here. If you were to buy this area, if you didn't want these roads here and you wanted to adjust them, you would be able to do that. See, with these you won't be able to. These are going to be more static. So any of these roadways that I'm putting down here are going to be completely static. So I'm kind of balancing out, at least trying to, I guess, as far as to balance it out between the static pieces and also the stuff that's removable and adjustable from the end user standpoint. And again, just trying to make use, I guess, as far as of that build mode that's in Farmington 22. It's from the movie Black Knight. Just about a stretch. Oh, I got you. At least you were a little more specific. Kind of lost me there for a second. But yeah, that reference there definitely makes more sense. Let me put it that way. Alright, duplicate this. So far, we're doing alright. Freaks me out, I guess, as far as when the editor, when I duplicate an item, as far as it tends to flip out there a little bit. Yeah, it freaks me out a little bit, because it's like, don't crash. Please don't crash. Oh, you know what? I've got to turn that timer off there. That was from our Sunday stream, I guess, as far as with DC Sparks. Need to turn that one off. We're obviously not doing that today. So, the heck was that? Bots are being real finicky today. We'll go ahead and turn that one off. But that's, if anything, you can check out that multi-stream there if you want to check out DC Sparks channel. Been streaming quite a bit on the Sundays. We did a trucking convoy, I guess, as far as with DC, I guess, as far as this past Sunday, yesterday. Those that did tune in. I believe the VOD has been published officially, I guess, as far as here on the channel. Feel free to check that out if you so wish. I think DC has mentioned, I guess, as far as just going to be doing some Furman for next Sunday. We may or may not be doing some more trucking, I guess, as far as come next Sunday. Right. So call. We're going to duplicate that one. Cool. Yeah, so we definitely did see, I guess, as far as the difference there. I've got these different size ones. So even though it is based on a 15 meter, I put a different identifier to it to know that it's been modified from, the 3D model level, I guess, as far as that it's not a true 15 like this one is, 15 meter. So this one's probably even shorter than the B. So this one's a little bit shorter than the 15, and then this one's even shorter. That's going to be on our other end of the map. So if I do need those pieces, I have those to refer to. So far, I haven't needed to do that. But Joe posed that very good question, I guess, as far as whether or not to export these out as a model. But you could do that, as far as to connect these more appropriately, to make sure you got the exact amount of, so to be able to snap the vertices or whatever into place, for example, so you don't have a lot of overlap. So far from what I've found, the way these road pieces are designed, they don't have a lot of clip, I guess, as far as to flicker and clip into each other if you overlap them too much. So that's about the only other reason why I guess I'm using this approach. Oh, we got a little bit of a gap there, see? Yep, just a little bit of a gap. So the other thing I can do is, instead of grabbing the gizmo, since I know this is the X translate, I can actually just focus on this, for example, and just adjust the X translate. So you can see it. Oh, that's going to be, that's got a 90, so it's not the X, that's going to be the Z. So if I didn't have this rotating here, it wouldn't be. So let me undo that. Okay. You son of a gun. That's what happens sometimes when you do the undo. It doesn't always undo it the way you want it to. So that's, I try to stay away from do's in that sometimes. Because I've even noticed when you're doing terrain editing and you use the undo, it'll undo areas that you're not even working on. I try to be careful with using the undo at all. So if I screw up or whatever, I just like to fix, I guess, as far as what I broke, instead of using the undo. Because I've noticed where, how the heck did that get edited when I wasn't even, and a lot of it has to do with the way the undo works. So like, even though I'm working over here, it might undo something that I did somewhere else on the map. Why it does that, I have no idea, but all the more reason I try not to use the undo as much as possible. Because it's definitely broke some of my stuff, I guess, as far as the work that I've done on the map. Alright, so that's going to be the Z that we need to adjust because we have the 90 degrees on the Y. So we'll adjust the Z like so. Okay, so let's do 2, 2. This is another way you can adjust it. So see, we got a gap there. Just another way to adjust it is all. Yeah, it's sliding back and forth, so I can go 7. Let's do 6, 9, 5. That's another way to do it. Instead of grabbing the gizmo, you can just adjust the actual translate. Ta-da! Alright. Just another way to do it. More than one way to go about it. So if you got a really long piece like you got like there, instead of trying to grab the gizmo and adjust it that way, you can just adjust the actual translate. So everybody chilling out. I guess as far as I know, Joe was doing some trucking. Evan the Bandito's doing some Kingdom Come Deliverance and leveling up the character. Appreciate y'all sticking around here and checking out, I guess, as far as what we got going on here with our map build. I'm usually working on this type of stuff anyway on my off days. Most of my off days. I still kind of consider this this is one of my off days, even though we're streaming. It's not officially on my schedule. I appreciate you, all you lovelies, I guess, as far as coming by, I guess, as far as to see what we got going on here. Keeping me company. Yeah, so I think that's something else I'm going to do. I'll probably add a different texture, like I was mentioning earlier, just as far as to be able to see the difference in terrain on our shoulder, and just kind of adjust that. Smooth it out. For now, I'll just smooth it out like that. You can see that, how much difference there is on the shoulder. And all the more reason I like to use the square deal, so that way it's lined up with the road, and I'm only adjusting that as I smooth it out there, it's going to be easier for me to adjust it that way. Cool beans. Alright. Yeah, I'll probably do that, I guess, as far as once I get this down there. Not a really critical thing at this point, but something else I'll need to adjust. Alright, so we're kind of working our way up to connect to this road. So I'm going to probably put a dirt road. Let's do this right now. Well, I've already said it. We're going to extend this dirt road out this way so we can meet up with this road that we're trying to put in. Okay, so what we need to do is go into this tool. That's about the right size we need it. Yep. Perfect. Alright, so I got my custom texture for our rough dirt. And we'll go ahead and come out this way. I need to remove this foliage here. Let's do that. So I'll set this up to... And really nice thing too, whatever tool that you're in here, if you do the Control R, so in this case here, it'll actually tell me what type of foliage that is. If I do Control R, it actually automatically sets it. Now if I want to limit it to a particular texture, I can add that parameter to it. For now, all I want to do, now I still got this tool set up on replace because of that terrain edit, so I need to set my button that I use for that to subtract. It'll actually take it out. If I don't do that, it won't do anything. So I'll have to put that back to replace if I want to go back to a replace function. For now, we're just going to bring this road out here, so I'll just leave it there. Okay, let's continue bringing this. Oh, it's switched to my texture. So again, I can go through this method, or I can just do a Control R, and I'll set it exactly to what texture that is. So it'll either be foliage, depending on what tool you're in. If you do Control R, it'll set the texture to what you do the Control R over, or even foliage. Really nice options. That way you don't have to keep going in there and going to pull downs and grabbing stuff back and forth. I'm going to bring this road. If I go a little bit short or too long, I guess if I know it'll be fine. I can always adjust it once we get our other roadway tied into it. Okay. Damn, we're already over 2 hours. Are we having fun yet? I hope you're having fun. If we're not having fun, then we're doing something wrong. No matter if you're watching and just doing some gameplay, I guess, as far as while you're watching, or you're learning something as we're doing this. And I feel we're being constructive here. That's pretty close right there. Okay, so we're gonna stop it right there for now. Go back to bringing this road and tie that in. Okay. Yep, we definitely need to. I'm gonna set this back to replace because we're gonna have to adjust that terrain. Still at that same level. I haven't changed it. We're maintaining the same terrain level, I guess, as far as all the way throughout this road. Yeah, this one here is going to get us pretty close to where we need to be. Okay, so we'll look at that. Cool. Not totally dissatisfied with that. Oh, I think we're going to be pretty close to where we need to be in our target road. So it looks like we should be able to get away with using... Okay, I might bring that, this one here, that's over on that end there, we might bring that over here, see what we got. Okay, so... let's bring this guy. So instead of dragging that all the way over from here, we're going to get the Z on this one. And paste it to this guy. This one doesn't have any rotate. That's going to be on the X, actually. Yep, so that's the difference. This one has a rotate. This one does not. So we are actually going to need the X on this, so we do... oh wait, hold on, let's try it this way. So we'll do this one, but we need to apply this value to this X. That's what we need to do. Nope, okay, that was not the right one. Okay, cool. Let me try and do an undo. That did not work. Son of a gun. Alright, so let's just do an interactive replacement. Whatever. So we'll do interactive placement, bring it over here, and then we can just adjust it from there. Make it easier on ourselves. Okay, so we want to bring this to this level. There we go, and we'll have to adjust our terrain. Oh, this is going to get us pretty close. Oh, we're just going to be a tad short. We can always make a dirt piece, I guess, as far as to tie into this road. Don't have it. We don't have to have it to line up exactly the same. Alright, so let's do this at, what was that at? This level. So let's do copy, paste, there we go, and then we'll just adjust our terrain. Awesome sauce. Yeah, we'll make this look really good. Now what I'll probably end up doing is actually bringing this down to here, so that way it's kind of all in order. Because right now, this one here is at the top, and it's at this end, so I'm going to bring this down, I'm going to slide that down. That way it kind of goes in order at this point. So it'll start from here and work our way down. Oh, I see what I did. So I might have to... Okay, I see what I did. I'm going to mark some of these and kind of shift these in the scene graph just to kind of line them up a little bit better. Do that here in a second. Yeah, so I think what we'll do, since we're a little bit short, just look at how much short we are. We're just going to tie this in with some dirt. Just look nice and cool. Just tie it in this way. Just like that. And because our terrain is the same level as our what we're painting here, it should be all good. Now this is where we can get a little bit creative as far as to switch out our... Whoop, that's not what I meant to do. We can switch out our tool to round. And I'll round this off a little bit. Like so. Nice, that ties in there pretty good. Now, whether or not I want to actually extend this road out this way, or just make it dirt, I'm not 100% sure yet. We definitely want to put some type of road out there, but I might even take a dirt road and curve this in or something, instead of making them all straight. I mean, these are going to be, so these roads that I'll put over here are definitely going to be more, I might even just leave this all open, actually. We can leave this to be one farm area, I guess, as far as that you can buy. So you can see this road up to the map border. That could be one piece of farmland. Just be a vacant lot you'd be able to buy. That's something we can take in consideration. The world is our oyster, I guess, as far as when it comes to working on this these areas of the map. Okay, so what I need to do now is kind of sort these out a little bit. So that's kind of the middle there. So I'm going to do the same approach that I did earlier as far as to mark this one. A couple stars. Okay, and then what we want to do is kind of put these in order a little bit more. So that goes from there, there, and that's going that way. Alright, so I'll probably have to shift. There's the last one. Okay, there's the last one right there. So I'm going to mark this one. And this is more or less just to kind of sort the scene graph out just a little bit. So if we ever want to come back into this at a later time, we'll know where we want to go. That's why I was mentioning earlier, as far as I did have previously some transform groups in here to kind of section off these different road sections, but kind of took them out. I didn't put the actual shapes into the transform just to kind of separate the scene graph. Just an empty transform. So I think I'm going to try and reestablish that again. And get down the road, I guess, as far as if we want to adjust a road and be able to find, pretty easily when we come into the map, we'll be able to go to scene graph and be able to do that whole feature, I guess, as far as to select that group and zoom into that specifically by using the F key. Make it a little bit easier that way. Alright, so this piece, I want to mark this one. So it's kind of thinking ahead a little bit, I guess, as far as of, if we need to make adjustments down the road or in testing, we'll know exactly where we need to go in our scene graph. Okay, so now we got this section marked. So those are going, dang it, this one's going this way. That, I'm trying to put these all in order at this point. So that one starts on that end. So this one here, I need to put this in. There we go. Put that one there. This is our end piece there. Okay. Okay, this is where we start. Where's the next one in line? I'm gonna add another star to this one here just to kind of separate that one a little bit. So we don't want to touch that one just yet. A couple more stars of that one so I know which one that one is. So this is our starting point. Trying to find the second one in a row. There we go. That would be this one right here. That one goes there. Okay, so it's this one here. Let me go ahead and mark this one so I know where I left off. Like I said, this part is more of an OCD type of thing. I don't like when they jump all over the place. I guess as far as these different road sections, like it would be nice in a row. So from where I started from, and when I duplicated them, they didn't put them in a nice row. So that'll go from here, there, there. Oh, I didn't mean to move that one. Crap. I screwed myself up. Ah, crap. Now I messed myself up. Damn it. I didn't mean to move that one. I screwed myself up. Alright, so we need to put that one. So that was right here. So that's the 1, 2, 3. Third one up from the bottom. That back down here. There we go. We'll get it sorted out. That's better so far. All I know is this one here is our last piece, and we'll continue from this point. Got that one, that one, that one. Cool. Okay, so far so good. Get this one, I'm gonna mark this one. I can put whatever symbol, it doesn't really matter. So we don't need to do anything with that one just yet. So it's mostly all of these we need to move. Okay. Alright, let's see how we do. So we got that one, that one. Oop, move up one. Okay, get up to that one. Sweet, now we're right where we need to be. This one needs to go back up this way. Sweet. Perfecto. Okay, now I can take these markers out of here. That was short and sweet. That's one way to mark your pieces, especially when they're named the same, as opposed to just renaming them entirely. Alright, so we got from this section all the way down here is our main section. So what I want to do is actually make a piece here, and we're going to name this something. Let's put it that way. So we'll do a create. Then take this empty transform. Cut that. And put that right into here. Okay. And then we're going to take that entire section from here to here and put it in that transform. This can get a little bit finicky at times when you select too many items like this to put them in there. Hopefully this doesn't work out. So we'll cut these and paste those right into this transform. Like so. Now this main transform is going to be centered to the world. That's only going to be the only downside. So it's not going to have the transform right on this group. But at least it will be out grouped, and we can name this whatever we want. So for now, what I'm going to do is just name this East Border Road, and I'll probably end up changing the name at some point. And once we know what we want to name this road, I'll name it that. For now, we're just going to name it East Border Road. That way, if you ever want to adjust in our scene graph this particular road, we know exactly where to go to in our scene graph. I did have much the same already applied to this here, but for some reason I must have took them out for some reason. So this is on our east end of the map. Let's go back over there for a second. So just to kind of demonstrate, if we want to zoom over to here, hit our F key, and voila. So now if we go over to that transform group we just changed here, we'll go F. Now we're over here. Now because that's it's 0 to the world, it's not going to put it right onto that, but we can go inside of this group, for example, and pinpoint to a specific part of that, like this. If we want to go to this end, or if we want to go to the other end, we can do that. It just kind of pinpoints it a little bit more precisely, I guess, as far as what road you want to actually work on. Alright, cool. So far, I'm happy with that. Now, it's just going to be a matter of what we want to name that road, because I do want to be able to put a sign over on this end to mark it as Purgandy, as well as whatever we want to name this road. So we're definitely not going to keep it as East Border Road. We'll probably go with the ones that I previously mentioned. So we have our choice of Setz Road, S-E-T-Z, or County Road, or Burke Oak Road. Some of my options. So those names are based on the actual area of our layout, which is out this way. So that's some decisions we'll have to make, I guess, as far as what we want to name it. I do know the one sign for the one road is going to be Purgandy. That's for sure. So I need to make one that's Purgandy for this road, and then whatever we decide to name this road, get the other sign. Okay. So I already got my dead end over here. That's good. Okay, so what I need to do is I can establish a sign crossing here for this spot. I'm gonna go from there. So 10 is the one that's over there, so we'll make this one 11. And I actually have a model for this, so that's probably what I'll do. I wasn't sure if I was going to get to this or not, but it's looking like we probably will. So I'll probably open up this model for our sign crossings, for the road crossings, and actually make one specific for this intersection here. Yep, I think that's what we're going to do next. So let's go ahead and load that. I think I got that queued up here. Yep. So this Max model, we'll go ahead and open that up. We'll make one specific to, let's see. Let me, desktop's a little bit of a mess, I don't mind that. Okay, so what we need to do is load up Max. What we need to do. Yeah. Don't know why that's not pinned. Oh, it is pinned there. There it is. So why isn't that pinned on my start menu? There we go. This is my legacy copy of 3ds Max that seems to work out pretty well. I'm just hoping it doesn't bork the stream as this loads in. Sometimes it does that. We have made some upgrades to that, to the system, I guess, as far as to hopefully alleviate that. So far, so good. Alright, we don't want to do that. Let's go ahead and open up that scene. So that is going to be in my Max i3D. Whoops, gotta remember where that was. Road signs. There we go. This is one of the last ones I made, which, oh crap. What the heck happened there? What in the world? There we go. We'll get it. Alright, so this is one of the last signs I made, which was Maine and Fox, which should be sign crossing 10. Yeah. Yippers. Alright, so I don't think I made these separate signs. Let me double check here. I remember how I did this. Yep, I did. So all these have their own sign, which are mapped to different areas of this texture. So I know one of the roads is going to be for Gandhi. I'll be able to use that and put that in a different spot here. So we got Maine and Fox, which was one of the last ones I did. So I'll make one for Gandhi and one whatever we want to name it. So we'll put for Gandhi on this one, and then whatever our other road is on this one. Plenty of room on this, that's for sure. Let's got all the nice layers in there as far as to work with there. So it does have a specular map that'll need to be adjusted. Yeah, we'll have to see how that works out there. So one step at a time, I suppose. We need to move for Gandhi onto one of these here, and then whatever we want to name our other road. Okay. That's the level I need to go into. So you need to copy this feller. And put it down here. Alright, and then whenever we want our new road, I guess as far as to be named, go in that spot. So the way I've got these designed is all these individual ones, they have the cross section, I guess, as far as what they have. So you will see duplicates in here, but they're specific to what sign they go to. So this one's 1, this one's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So the one we're making is 11, just for clarity. That's why there is some duplication in the road names, because we have the different intersection, I guess, as far as for different roads. So the fact that we're working on sign crossing 11, what I want to do is make a clone of this one, label that as sign crossing 11, and then we'll go from there to map it to that particular area of the texture. Okay, so we need to duplicate this guy as a copy. And we do want to assign crossing 11. Yes. Cool. Now if we look in here, we'll have these two. We're going to hide this guy. Don't want to step on that one. Now we can map this one. Whoop. Oh shoot, that's not what I wanted. So I sometimes get myself confused, I guess, as far as with being in the editor as opposed to Max. So you'll see me pop up some things, I guess, as far as I didn't mean to pop up. Okay, so this one we want to make. Gotta look and see how I did do these. So the top sign all goes with what direction you have the sign facing. So let's go to 10 here real quick. Zoom over to that. So the fact that we got the top sign is going to be the road going this way. Do I have a rotation in that? I do. Alright. So our top sign, so is what you're coming up to here, is going to be the road going this way. And the bottom sign is going to be the road you're on. This is Fox Road here, going this way. So, the top sign, again, this is how I was oriented. This is the top sign, that's the bottom sign. So Burgundy is where we want to put where Main Street is. And then this one's going to be our new road, which we haven't named yet. Okay, so Burgundy is where we want to put where Main Street's at on this one here. In this instance of our sign. So what I need to do first is create a DDS of this file. Put it that way. And we can get this area at least mapped. You know, I can even not even do that. I can just map it to this area that's below Main Street and Fox Road. And bring that in after we UV map it. Let's try it that way. So let's actually open up an unwrap. Open that up in our UV editor. So we're using this. So we can see where we mapped it lastly. We just want to go to the two right below it. So we can take all of these bases right here. Don't want to adjust anything else. Just these two. Okay, and then move that down to here. Now what these should do in the viewport here is actually go blank. I'm moving it down to these two blank signs. Get that down. And it's doing exactly what we expect to see. We're going to change this texture though, I guess, as far as to reflect what we want to show on them though. There we go. So there's that for starters. Okay. Now if I were to save this, I think I got this in there as a PNG or DDS. I don't remember. Let's bring up our material editor. See what we got this as. I do have this as a PNG. Alright, cool. So we can actually bring in that PNG. I can save that as a PNG and bring that in here. Let me go ahead and do that. Gotta save this guy. Alright, first what I'll do is actually save this as my layer template. Okay, and then we'll save it as a PNG after we flatten it. And save that as our PNG. It's that one. We're going to overwrite this guy. First, and then that should load in here automatically. And there we go. There's our Gandhi on our sign. Sweet. So that's one step. Oh my goodness. What is going on? Octane coming on in with the party of 7. Welcome in everybody from Octane Stream. How's everybody doing? Somebody hates it here? You wouldn't be the first there, Ash. What's going on? What is this and how do I get there? What's up, Steve-O? Octane bringing everybody over, gets as far as from Octane. How did the stream go there, Octane? Hot model action, you betcha. We're doing some modeling over here for our Dairyland map for Farm Sim 22. So we're coming up with some custom road signs. Using some real world names, I guess, as far as for that. How'd it go over there, Octane? Stream went well. I got a raid and run, no problem. 2 a.m. comes too soon. Oh, I hear you. Appreciate you bringing everybody over here. Hopefully we'll take care of them. You get some good sleep. For everybody that doesn't follow Octane, you should be. You need to be doing that. He plays. He's got his own season for NASCAR Racing 2003 going, and I haven't been doing pretty good on that, to be honest. So, but it's a pretty good show. He's got a randomness, I guess, as far as for the schedule. Trying to get this shuttle to work. Hold on. I'm trying to use more the. There we go. There's a shout out. Hit that purple heart, I guess, as far as to go over there and follow Octane 93, I guess, as far as to go. If you like what you see over here on this channel, I guess, as far as with the NASCAR Racing 2003 stuff, it's got that subscriber season going on, I guess, as far as like that's pretty interesting. The format that's going on for that. You can, if you're a subscriber over the channel, you can participate and actually upgrade your car and all that stuff. Steve-O, appreciate the follow. Welcome on into the Rock Nation. We'll try to take care of it as best as we can. I know most of you over at Octane Stream are used to the bot commands, I guess, as far as being able to play gambling and all that stuff. We got somewhat the same over here. I'm gonna demonstrate here real quick. If you want to do that, you can feel free to do that. You don't have to, but they are there. So if you want to give yourself a shot to supplement, you are earning yourself units of fluids as the stream is live. Keep in mind that the shot is on a reserve. You can only give yourself one of those every few minutes. You can also risk some of your fluids. Works the same as gambling. Oh, I spelled it wrong, my bad. These are just some of the games that you can keep yourself occupied. As I'm getting a little bit creative here, I guess, as far as yeah, definitely from Michigan. It's where I grew up. From Carroll, nice. Good stuff there, Steve-O. I wasn't not aware of that. Pretty good. Now, Steve-O, I do understand, I guess, as far as that you are you stateside or are you stationed somewhere currently, I guess, as far as being in the service? I'm trying not to pry, but if it's definitely too personal, I understand. You're stationed in Washington State right now? Nice. I've been over there at Fort Lewis. I think that's the Air Force Base, if I remember right. It's been a while. Where exactly in Washington are you stationed? If you care to share, that is. So one of the other games that a lot of people like to play on here is the slots. It does cost you 10 units of fluid per play. So feel free to use that if you want. If you get 3 emotes in a row, you get a certain number of fluids. So that one I almost got a jackpot. So that one's one of the lower ones if you get all 3 in a row. If you get all 3 robots in a row, Mr. Destruction, you get 1,000 units of fluid. That's the maximum you can get. Fort Lewis is the Army base. McCord is the Air Force. Okay, that's what it was. I got a little bit flip-flop there a little bit. I was only there. I was stationed there at Fort Lewis, which I do remember the Air Force Base too, because I was working a joint operation there, training operation, I guess, as far as, because I was a mechanic. I worked on anything that has a diesel engine, basically. And yeah, there was a joint operation there. I was only there for maybe 6 months, give or take. So I didn't get a chance to really learn, I guess, as far as the whole layout of the place. But I do remember being there. It rained a lot. I do remember that much too. It was always, if it wasn't sprinkling, it was downpouring. It's crazy. So you got there in November. So this is past November. Gotcha. Hopefully that's going well there for you, Steve-O. Hope that stay over at that duty station is serving you well. yeah, so we're just in the process of creating some custom road signs. We did place a road, and we're kind of making something similar to these roads that we've already got established here on our map. So we're going to go back over to this end of the map. Yep, let's go back over here. So we're over here on the east end of the map, and we're in the process of making a road sign to go here. So we got this one named. We haven't named this one yet. Right now I only got it as East Border Road, which I do have some potentials, I guess, as far as what we want to name this here. So right now I've got that part of the road sign still blank, which is right over here. And again, all these roads names, I guess, as far as that I've chosen here, are based on real life roadways that it's out of Columbia County, Wisconsin. So this is right up Octane's alley. Octane might not even know some of these roads that we're talking about. So this area, this is the original design of the map, standard size map, I guess, as far as for Farm Sim 19, and this was kind of my template, I guess, as far as for how we created that. What we're working on is a 4X version of that same map, so we're kind of working over here on the east end of the map currently. So we got all these roadways. I did put Duffy Road coming out to a fenced-in lake area over here. Again, I'm kind of pointing because it's kind of not physically there, but so if I show you in here, so on the end of this road, we've got Duffy Road. I guess as far as comes up here, I guess as far as to this fenced-in lake area. Still a lot of development for the map, that's for sure. A lot of undeveloped areas, but most of these areas here that I'm considering for the 4X area of the map, this is all the standard area map over here. You can see all the fields established. This here is going to be land for the end user to just do whatever you want. Making use of the in-game build mode, I guess, as far as that they've applied. So the same thing over here on the north end of the map. We're just trying to lay out, I guess, as far as some areas that we can put in here for viable farmlands. Yeah. So that's just a little bit of a summary, I guess, as far as what we're working on. It's a whole new format for me too here on the channel as far as to do these modeling Mondays. But this is what I'm doing on my off streams between playing the games, like on Wednesdays and such. So I not only like to play the games, but I also like to design the games, or to play around and adding content to the games. Farm Sim, for sure, is definitely one of those fun ones to play around with. Yeah, but it's good to actually see some, I want to say similarities, but some common ground, I guess, as far as... Steve, I know you were still in the service there. I was in the service like a while ago, going back pre 9/11, just to kind of put it in perspective. So, I'm still not 100% sure if I want to extend this road out this way. I feel like there needs to be something to go over there. I have absolutely no roads going out to the south end of the map at all. So I think I need to actually address that. So even going on this end of the map, let's see if I can pick something over here. So that's over there. So that was the other thing I've been doing too, is to kind of group some of these roadways up here to make it a little bit easier to transition over to. I'm glad I still kept that one marked. Let's go over here real quick. So over here, this is the west end of the map. This is kind of the design I've done for this as far as the intersections. We're taking a little bit different approach on the east end of the map. So going down this way, I started the process of moving this towards the south. Just haven't finished it yet. So this is moving towards the south of the map. Man, Octane's got to get up at 2 in the morning. Yikes. I don't miss those days at all, to be honest. So yeah, we got this road that we can still extend out. Yep, so this road here, which is, this bends off from River Road. So this is actually bends. So this one here is River Road, which is kind of one of the main roads that goes right into town. And it kind of bends off this way there. So this will probably still continue to be River Road. Bends over here, so that'll be a road that we can extend out past our another fenced in, what will become, I guess, as far as another fenced in lake area. So we'll tie that road here, go past the lake, and tie that together here, just add it around the this lake. So I got like 3 of these lake areas to choose from, which will have free water sources. They'll have them, means, I guess, as far as I don't have them over here just yet. But it will have a free water source option over there. And I'll make that area viable, just much the same as the one that's on the east end. So, yep. This has been the name, the primary focus here, I guess, as far as for this stream here, as far as just working on roadways and signs. Gotta get some of these road networks in for... Gotta have somewhere to travel onto as far as just randomly all across the map. But our main focus for now has been on this end of the map, over in the east end. We'll go back over there. Actually, I can take this little tag off of that. We don't need that anymore now that we got it in our own group. And just spawn back over there. Come on now. Really? How you like this? Okay, don't be crashing on me. There we go. That freaked me out a little bit. Alright, we're good. In fact, I haven't saved in a while, so I'll probably go ahead and do that so we don't lose a lot of our progress here. Let me go ahead and do that. Right meow. Take just a second to go ahead and save this. There is no autosave on this one here, so you definitely have to be disciplined to save it on the regular. Yep, let's go ahead and save that. All this progress that we've made so far, we want to make sure we get this saved up. We don't want to lose that. That would be tragic. Boom, boom, boom. Alrighty then. We're all nice and saved up now. So, getting back to the design of our road sign, what I'll do, what I already have done, I should say, is to already map this texture, I guess, as far as to go back to here. So I already mapped it to this area of the texture, so we're all good there. So I can totally go ahead and export this out. Let's go ahead and collapse down our UV map, or unwrap, I should say. Collapsed all. Hold yes. Cool. Now this one's ready to go. So we already got it named what we want. Let me double check this here real quick. Yep, that should be good. And we'll end up putting it right in this transform group here as sign crossing 11. So we kind of got these numerically numbered. So this is around the main town, in the main town area, right here, so on and so forth. So they're kind of in a numerical fashion here. So we've also got, the way we got these numbered in here is the way we've got them mapped on our texture here. So this is number 1, number 2, number 3, and so on and so forth. Kind of a little bit of systematic in that fashion. Okay. So let's go ahead and export this guy out. And do I have rigid body on it? Let me see here real quick. I do. So that all it is just a static collision. So nothing all that fancy. So with that, I know some have mentioned to me as far as how they absolutely hate it, as far as when roadsides have collision. The fact that these are a pretty heavy metal pole, just like they are in actuality, I don't feel like these should be made to, I guess, as far as to fall over as much as these will. These totally will, when you run them over those, you can drop them, if you will, as far as to make them fall over. So the collision that they have in this one in comparison to these road signs, these are more solid. Yep, and that's by design, actually. Alright, so what we'll do, go back to our, where we want to put this road. Let's go here. Start F. Why are you not going over there? I'll be doing that. Come on. Huh. Why does it not want to go over there? Helps if you push the right key, you dummy. Okay. So the F key is normally how you, once you highlight something as far as in the map, if you want to kind of spawn yourself over to the other area, just push the F key. Alright, so anyway, this is where we want to put our new sign, is right here. We're going to go ahead and export this one out. We're crossing 11. And export. And I'm going to put this right into the map, I think. So let's go stop. Just to make it easier on ourselves. So we're going to go ahead and put this into our ports textures. So where our road sign actually is at is in here. So we're going to put it right in there, I think. Go ahead and spit this out as an I3D. And it doesn't matter what we name it, just so we know what we're looking for when we go into that folder. Because once we get it into our map, it won't matter. So we'll just call it road sign 11. That'll work. Spit that out. Yes, please. Oh, you know what? I just realized I forgot to do something. So I got to take out the other signs that are hidden. Otherwise, all those are going to be included in that export. So I got to redo that. I boo-booed. All right, let's make sure I did put that in the right spot. Oh, I see what I did. Okay. I need to re-navigate to... Hold on a second. Bear with me a second. Bear with me. Thank you very much. What happened to... Oh, I must have closed that folder. My bad. We'll get that reestablished. Sometimes when I get too many windows open, I find myself having to close some things up just to kind of clear it up a little bit. So we need to check that it did put that export into the right location. Should have been right here. And there should be. So that is where that sign, or that texture is located, I guess, as far as for this sign. I need to delete that out. Whoop, hold on a second. No. What are you doing? Oh, I see what I did. Yes. And yes. Alright, cool. Now, what I need to do is actually unhide all the items that are hidden, which are these, and I only need to export the sign crossing 11. Let's select all those. Wait, did it actually bring them out? Hold on. It did. Alright, cool. So we did unhide all those, so all I can do now, select all, isolate just number 11, delete all those out. Now we only got left in there. Cool. Awesome sauce. So now we'll go ahead and export that out again as road sign 11. Yep. Alright, cool. Now I'll go ahead and bring back all that stuff. Cool. Those are selected. Let's go ahead and hide those back. And cool. And I'm all back in again. Sweet. Now, if we go into our sign here, we're going to double check to make sure our textures are pointed into the right location. And they are not, so we're going to have to adjust those. It's not actually applying my specular to that either, I just noticed. Okay, so I'll make this initial adjustment here at least. And I'll have to make an additional adjustment. Road signs, HPP. So that's the one that should be in our folder here. Which is, so what I needed to do, I need to actually apply the specular. The normal's already on there. I definitely need to apply the specular though. Okay. We'll have some things to do, I guess, as far as once we open this back up here. Get that here in a second. This one's going to normal. I may have to add the tangent for this normal. I'll have to check that. Definitely need to change this stuff. So these two files actually changes to DDS. are located where we exported our model. So that is going to be this one, and that one right there. And our road name signs. Okay, cool. So everything is where it needs to be, right here. Yep, so we're in the right location. Alright, go ahead and save this. And I'll open this up in a separate instance. Giants editor, so that we can actually apply the specular appropriately and all that. I'm already closing in on 3 hours. Good grief. It doesn't even feel like I've done all that much. Although we have. We applied a new road. We're creating a new sign here. It's good stuff. Alright, so we need to go to that textures folder for imports. Alright, there. We shouldn't get any errors on this, hopefully. Other than the fact that it is an old shape. That's to be expected. Now, did it actually apply tangent? It did. Okay, so I don't need to do that. That's good. So sign crossing map. Just want to confirm in our map here that it did actually put it the same way. Okay. Where are our road signs at? Right here. Sign crossing map. So we're all good so far. Other than the fact that it doesn't have the specular on it. We want to put this specular map to it. And this is what I was talking about earlier, I guess, as far as I'm going to have to adjust this this texture here to make use, I guess, as far as of that. Yep. You can still get that applied regardless. Alright, so we'll do that in this instance. Wait, did that do 0, 11 or just 11? Hold on a second. Oh shoot, did I name that wrong? Crap. It did. I didn't realize that it put a 0 in front of that. I didn't want that. It did it at 0, 11 instead of just 11. My bad. If I'd have noticed that prior to export, I'm gonna go ahead and change that then. I don't want the 0 in front of the 11. Okay, so we'll go ahead and make that adjustment. We'll clear that out. Go to here, delete this one again. Just need to redo it to rename that prior to export. Alright, so go back into here. You don't want to hide all these fellers. Yep, so it's got the 0 in front of that. So let's go ahead and rename that one here real quick. And when I cloned it, didn't take note of it, it had a 0 in front of that. There we go. No biggie. Not a biggie. Okay, I'm going to resave this scene. Yep. There we go. Now we can unhide all of this. Isolate just that one, delete all those, and now re-export that. Yeah, it doesn't really matter what it's signed. Once we get it into our map, we're good. Just so that we know what it's named here in our over here. There it is. Alright, cool. So we're gonna make that adjustment once again to our texture locations. We don't want it to point to this one. We want it to be what's in our map. Whoop. Chunk that off a little too much. Bam. Oh, jumped off. Okay, so there we go there. We'll save that. And then we'll open that up again in a separate instance. The name of the game is Roads and Road Signs, because as far as for this rendition of Modeling Monday. I know it's not these types of streams aren't necessarily for everybody, because they kind of tend to like to look for the gameplay, but appreciate those that are sticking around. And hopefully you are enjoying. This is what I tend to do, I guess, as far as in between the gameplay. I do like to create content, I guess, as far as for certain games like Farm Simulator 22. Alright, so we need to open up this guy. There we go. Now we got the proper name onto our sign. This does have the rigid body. Cool. So the only thing we're missing is the... Make sure the tangent's on there. Yep. Good. That's our normal map here. Cool beans. And we're just going to apply the specular to this. Boss map. So even though we haven't adjusted the specular just yet, it should still be okay to still apply it. So that's going to be this one right here. Voila. Alright, so now if we zoom in on this. So the texture in the map hasn't been updated yet, so it's going to be blank. But it's still reading that same texture as all of our other signs. So the fact that it doesn't say what it should have here on the top, I gotta put the new texture, I guess, as far as into the map, which will be this one right here. I think that's what we'll do next. So we need to actually make a DDS file, a new one, I guess, as far as to replace this one right here. Alright, so what we'll do while we got this out here, and it should still be collapsed, yes. Let's go ahead and make a DDS file for that. Now I'm not using the texture tool at this point because I'm still adding stuff to it. That's about the only reason why I'm not using the giant texture tool, to make it the optimized proper compression and optimization to it. So I'm just using the DDS plugin, I guess, as far as it comes with PaintShop Pro for now. So once this all the road signs gets as far as get finalized and totally completed, I will run that through the texture tool, I guess, as far as to make it the more optimized texture. Just for clarity. So we need to save as DDS. There should be. And we want to overwrite this guy. Yes, please. And it does have bitmaps, so we need to generate the bitmaps, and that's about it. We do not need, we don't have alpha to this, so it makes this a DTX1. This is the old format that we use as far as this. We don't use these anymore. We use what's called BC7 texture compression. That's the new format, I guess, as far as for DDS texture compression. This is the old method. Now I'm using this just for now, up until I get this texture completely finalized, because we still absolutely need to have a DDS file to apply to the model in Giant's Editor, because otherwise, putting the raw PNG, we get warnings. We don't want that. Okay, go ahead and save that. That should overwrite this guy, yep. So now we can bring this texture over to our map, like so. And then from here, we can actually reload this up here, and it should actually repopulate that name. There we go. Working like a charm. Cool. So what we should be able to do at this point is just go ahead. Now, do I have... Let me check in here real quick. Do I have a placeable shader on these? I don't think I do. Nope. So no shader or anything on those, other than just the specular gloss and the normal map. And the diffuse, of course. Okay, we can just go ahead and save this guy. And we're going to go right over top this one right here. And now we can bring that into our map. And then just to confirm that the textures are pointed where we expect them to be, That's exactly what I want. Sweet. Perfect. We don't have any additional prefixes, I guess, as far as to that. That would be bad. All right, so now it's just a matter of importing that sign into our map. So we'll do file import right to that sign. Now it's initially going to put this way on the bottom. We need to cut this and paste it into here. That kind of tweaks me. They did all the texturing and then converted PNGs in the new format, which means when you open the new DDS format in Blender, it can't give you a material right. And that's the same problem that I get, Joe, I guess, as far as with even my legacy copy of Max. It's saying that new format is not recognized. I can't speak so much, I guess, as far as for Blender, but that is why I'll use the older format, like I just showed, as far as making the DDS file until I get it finalized, and then I'll run it through the texture tool so that it's it's to the compatibility for Giant's engine, and then do it. I just haven't done that because I haven't finalized this texture just yet. And it makes it easier for me to just use that old plugin. It still recognizes it as a DDS file, but it doesn't give me any errors and such. So that's the only reason why I'm using that. So again, just for clarity. So we got this in our map. Now we'll just interactive place this over to here. Like so. And yeah, so this is what I was noticing on one of my other signs too, how you get this clipping like that. It doesn't do that in the game though. I don't 100% know why it's doing that, and it's probably because I'm using that old DDS format, because once I make it into that BC7 compression format, it doesn't clip like this. But even with that texture that I've already made, that's in the map directory, it doesn't clip. It only does it in the editor for some reason. So the fact that it's clipping here, it's of no mind. See how it's clipping like that? It does not do that in the game. But the only conclusion I can make to it is it has to do with that older DDS format as opposed to the BC7. I don't 100% understand, I guess, as far as that. I understand that it exists and it's being applied to the textures for Farming Simulator 22 as well as other games. So Giants is not the only one that's using that. It's a lot of these newer games too are using that same type of format at different levels. But yeah, if you try to bring the new format in Blender, it just shows up as a purple pink. See, for my Max here, if I try to do that, it doesn't even want to open at all. It's just saying it's not a recognized format for the DDS compression or something of that nature. It won't even load it. Just like, nope, you need to redo your texture. So that's the only other reason why I do that format, so I can bring it into Max, so it'll actually show up. If I try to do that with the texture tool with that compression, I wouldn't be able to use it. So, anywho, so we got our texture in here. So yeah, other than the clipping, and I've gotten this with other of my signs, it's just that old format. It does not do it in the game. We'll be able to test this out in the game here shortly to see how it turned out. But our Pergandy is that way, so we need to rotate this one 90 degrees on the Y, like so. So, because this road here is our Pergandy, and we have not named, this road just yet. So I'm going to leave that blank, at least for now. Once we do decide on a road name for that, we'll apply that to our texture here, in this spot. But the other thing I might consider to add here is a stop sign or something of that sort. So I might need to pull this sign out just a little bit more so we can make room for a stop sign. Alright, so I do have, let's see what I got here. Let's see, where are all my road signs? So that's my street identity signs. Here's my speed limit signs, there's my stop signs. Alright, so where's one of the last ones I placed here? Stop ahead, stop. So it's going to be over here. Okay, cool. So what we can do is just duplicate this guy. Okay, and then we can interactive place this over here. You can do the Control B for sure. That's a shortcut. I just like to go into here and the down. So we're definitely rotated the wrong way. Let's turn this back around. Do the hokey pokey and all that good stuff. Now the fact that that interactive placed exactly, it paired it up with the terrain, so you definitely don't want to go too low with this, because what will happen is if you've got this collision here as far as too far on the ground, when you load the map, that sign will already be tipped over and be laying on the ground, because that's where it breaks, I guess, as far as that. So just to kind of move this up a little bit, you can see where there's no collision there, this is where it breaks as far as to be able to tip it over and lands on the ground. So you definitely don't want to have that collision too far on the ground if you want that to not be already tipped over, I guess, as far as on map start. Okay, so we got our road sign. I think also I'll put in a stop ahead a little bit ways back here. So let's set it. Now, I've gotten a little bit critical, I guess, as far as to put the stop ahead. The road, as far as DOT is concerned, they tend to have those stop ahead signs as far as roughly 50 feet away from the stop sign. So I have taken the approach on some of the stop signs to actually put it 50 feet from the sign. I kind of got a rough idea from eyeballing it to actually, but yeah, if you want to be somewhat accurate, I guess, as far as on how far those types of signs are in reality, that's kind of the number if you want to. Okay, so what I need to do is actually duplicate this sign. Let's duplicate that. And we'll go ahead and interactive place this one over here. Like so. It's probably going to be turned the wrong way, which is to be expected. Okay. And part of my method, I guess, as far as for making that 50 feet, you can just take a plane and use it as a ruler. And keeping in mind, I guess, as far as the units of measurement for giants here is meters, so you'd have to convert it if you wanted to, but you can just create a plane, make it that conversion, I guess, as far as what 50 feet is in meters, and you can get that proper distance there if you want to do that. I'm not going to be that critical at this point, but if you did want to make it that accurate, you could do that. Again, taking note, I guess, as far as that collision isn't too far in the ground. There we go, and we'll pull it off the shoulder just a little bit. There we go. Cool. Now we got our road sign, stop sign, and a stop ahead. And again, we won't see this clipping once we try it out in the game. At least we shouldn't anyway. Now the only other thing I have not done with this, which I think I'll do now that I'm thinking of it, is I want to add, I don't want these roads to be snow covered. So I'm going to add the info layer, I guess, as far as for having no snow on these roads. I do have it on this road, I don't have it on this new road. So we'll check that out here real quick. Let's check that out real quick. Just gonna close some of this up here. Alright, we're good for that for now. Let's go into our info layer. And that's our farmland. Right now, this is not purchasable. That's that color that we see. So, let's go into our info layers here. So indoor mask. And we need to switch this to indoor. There we go. So right now I do have no snow on this road. Just don't have it on our new road here. So we're going to switch this back over to our square tool. And get this so it's not no snow on it. I've never figured out, I guess, as far as why it's so chuggy in this mode. It doesn't seem to matter if I'm streaming it or not. I need to switch this back over to subtract. Still in our replace mode. Yeah, it's super chuggy in this mode. As far as how it paints, so if it does seem to be a little bit choppy, that would be why. Make this a little bit bigger. There we go. It doesn't hurt, actually, I guess, as far as to have a little bit of randomness in how that snow is masked out. You know, so on this road here, I made it pretty straight. If you want to create some randomness in there, because when you plow the roads, they're definitely not straight lines, that's for sure. So for now, we're just go ahead down the road. Man, it's super chuggy. I'm taking it a very steady hand, I guess, as far as to do this part, so I don't want to go zipping off into the oblivion, I guess, as far as with this. So probably what I could do after I do this onto the roadway is just to clean up the edge if I wanted to. Right now I'm not all that concerned because it gets super choppy doing this. They may have it designed that way on purpose, I guess, as far as to create this randomness in there. I don't know, but it gets to be super annoying sometimes. But I do tend to like to do this as I put each road down, because to go through each road after I've got them all down there, and to do this all in one fell swoop, it gets super tedious. So I create a little bit of randomness of jumping from one task to another. So putting the roads down, doing the terrain, and then doing this, you know, instead of going back and forth and so on. That's what creates less monotony doing these steps. If I was to try and do this all in one fell swoop after I got all the roads down, this would drive me nuts. Man, that is super chuggy. Come on, baby. Yeah, I might go back through this in here and actually clean it up, but just trying to get the road so it's not covered. The other thing I need to do to this road is actually put my rough dirt texture underneath it. So that'll probably be the next thing I'll do after I get this snow mask applied to it. That is pretty interesting as far as what you mentioned, I guess, as far as using Blender with the textures, if they're not in the right format anyway. Kind of you know, kind of a somewhat similar response, I guess, as far as to man, this is so chuggy. And this is not due to not having enough you know, RAM or anything like that. It's just this mode. I've tried doing these types of steps, I guess, as far as on, you know, an even better PC, I guess, as far as than what I got, and it still does the same thing. It's just something with this mode, with this info paint layer mode. Yeah, I don't know if y'all can probably imagine, I guess, as far as how frustrating this can be, I guess, as far as to do this for too long in this mode. So the fact I only got this one strip of roadway, once I get this done, we'll get out of this mode. I'll Probably try and clean it up a little bit. Cleaning it up is not usually as bad as just trying to drag this across here. Come on, baby. Oh my god, this thing is chugging so bad. And by chugging, I'm just saying as far as just the stutter. So I'm moving the mouse and the actual cursor is not actually moving. So it's not that my PC can't handle it, it's just the fact that it's just something with this mode. So if you're experiencing this way, it has nothing to do with the capability of your PC. It is a common deal, I guess, as far as whatever type of computer you have. Okay. Now I can actually apply this to this dirt road if I wanted to as well. I'll just put that little bit there for now. Now I can leave it that randomness if I wanted to, as far as like that. 'Cause like I said, when you plow roads, I guess as far as they don't always come out straight, that's for sure. I might actually keep some randomness into this too, just to kind of make it look like it's more plowed, I guess, as far as than having straight lines. I might actually do that. Wouldn't be a terrible thing. Yeah, so picture, if you will, is like these areas that are white would be the areas that where there's no snow gonna show up. And we can actually test this in the game too, just as far as using the dev console tools. Put some snow on the map to see how it actually looks. If we don't like it, we can always adjust it. I have yet to test it, I guess, as far as, with that being said, with it being kind of more random like this. Might not be a bad idea to test it out. I think we'll do that. The main thing is just to have to make sure that the road is not going to have snow on it. That's the main thing. That is the main thing. Okay, cool. I think we're good there for now. We'll try that out and see what that looks like with some snow on it. Let's get out of that mode. Now what I want to do is put some dirt texture under that. So what I like to do, go into this transform here. I'm going to hide that, but I'm going to leave it highlighted this way so I can know where to paint. So it's invisible, but I can see where I'm painting, but I can still see the model of the road. So that I know exactly where to paint. So we can make our texture, or our brush, let's make it that size. And I'm going to my rough dirt, and then we can be able to paint this in. This isn't quite as bad as doing that info layer, that's for sure. Let's fix this up a little bit. Okay. Release. I'll go with Control R. So this texture that I'm applying here underneath it not only gives it an aesthetic look, look to it, as far as to have a dirt shoulder, but also it serves as a means for the AI to know where they can drive. Because it has a driving cost, a lower driving cost, I guess, as far as on this one than it does the grass, for example. So if you were to set a point A to point B in that job task menu, I guess, as far as that 22 does have, AI will read this road much more efficiently with that applied under the road as opposed to not. Hence the reason, so not only for the aesthetic look, I guess, as far as with this rough dirt, but also its function, I guess, as far as for AI. Well, it's got a multi-purpose, so not only for looks but also functionality. So if we want to take a look at what we look like with that, let's turn that back on. So we got a little bit of dirt on our shoulder of our road. I went overboard there a little bit. This is what's nice about the Control R, to be able to go back and forth between textures instead of going back over here and selecting it from the drop down. All you have to do is hover the brush over what you want it to be, Control R, and you're off and running. Saves a little bit of time in that regard. Hang on, I did it again. So this one's not quite as bad as doing the info layer, where I can just stamp it one at a time. Now if I drug it across, I'd get this mess, which I don't like. I don't like that at all. So I usually just do like set it, stamp it. Gives me a little bit more control in that regard. And it's much the same in the build mode in the game too, I guess, as far as how you do that. If you want to be more precise and have straight lines, you just do it real nice and slow. You gotta have patience with it. You want it to look good. If you want it to be random, then you can just do like I was showing, as far as just whip it across the map. Just depends on what kind of look you're going for, I guess. I'm starting to get hungry, realizing it. The Rumbley Tumbly's starting to definitely speak to me. She's definitely starting to talk. And I'm not even 100% sure what I've got to make for dinner. Definitely going to need to raid the cupboards. So I ended up just having some cold cut sandwiches yesterday. Cold cut smoked turkey sandwiches. They're actually pretty good. May or may not end up doing the same thing. We'll have to see. I'd like to add some variety, I guess, as far as to the menu. Got a little carried away. I was talking earlier, I guess, as far as being able, excuse me, to put a different texture to these areas, because there are some lumpy bumps on our shoulder. Probably do that later. That's probably what kind of happened there, I guess, as far as why I went a little off kilter. So whether or not I'll add like some gravel to the shoulder road to fix, I guess, as far as the imperfections on the terrain for the shoulders of the road, that might be one approach to use. Definitely glad, I guess, as far as the stream is holding up, though. Hope it is for everybody. I haven't seen it on my end, at least, anyway, go a little bit wonky. As far as I haven't dropped any frames either. That's good. Solid. Always been concerned with that. That's sometimes the reason, I guess, as far as I don't stream as many days on the channel, besides just having IRL stuff to do. So for Tuesday, that being said, more than likely, still, just as I mentioned, I guess, as far as on Saturday, will not be streaming or Trucking Tuesday on Tuesday. I got some things, some prior obligations to take care of. But we will be streaming on the channel for Wednesday, for whatever Wednesday. Continuing the playthrough on Manbazoo. So I did figure out some stuff, I guess, as far as for those that did tune in last week. With putting the truck suspension onto the truck. So it does need to be bolted. It's just the fact that it wasn't wanting to bolt. I did end up having to take the wheels off. So the tires did have to come off to be able to have access to putting the bolts in, which I felt was kind of weird, but I guess it makes sense. Now the fact that we were able to take the suspension out without taking the tires off stands to reason we should have been able to do the same thing for the reverse order, but it didn't work out that way. So I kind of left it right where we left off, I guess, as far as from last week. So we'll fix the truck, I guess, as far as to make sure we put that heavy-duty suspension onto it, and kind of move along from there. We do have the maple syrup tank put in the back. All the more reason I wanted to put the heavy-duty suspension so she doesn't squat when we put all that heavy maple syrup, I guess, as far as into the back. So yeah, hope you all are looking forward to seeing the playthrough of Manbazoo, I guess, as far as for whatever Wednesday, in support of Wounded Warrior Project. Definitely be glad to see you. More the merrier. We have fun with playing the Manbazoo. We got a lot more stuff to do. So one thing I haven't checked out with the new updates yet is being able to get paved roads. So that's definitely something else I wouldn't mind checking out. So it's not too far away, I guess, as far as from where we deliver our maple syrup. Over at the Federation there. It's right across the street, actually. So, yeah, we'll definitely... I think it requires, I guess, as far as to call the number, to have them come over and get your road paved. So, yeah, we'll be checking some of that stuff out. See what's going on with it. Looking forward to seeing any and all that do show up for our whatever Wednesday. So, but for Tuesday, we will be not streaming, just for clarity. So if you're marking it on your calendars, I guess, as far as to whether or not we'll be streaming on the channel, I can 100% confirm that we will not be for Tuesday, for tomorrow. Wednesday for sure, though. All the more reason I felt I'd get these streams in here, I guess, as far as give you all something to see what I'm doing, I guess, as far as in between streams. If I'm not playing the games like we are on Wednesdays and such, this is what I'm doing. Is these types of things. The fact that I don't necessarily get the chance, I guess, as far as to stream these on the regular, it's kind of a bummer in a way, but sometimes IRL has priority. I hate when IRL gets in the way of me wanting to do all the fun stuff. So just being very patient with how I'm painting these things here to not get all crazy with it. I think what I'm looking at right now, we're already 3.5 hours into here. I think once we get up to the 4-hour mark there, we're gonna call this good. And we've made a lot of progress here so far. It's been slow, I think, for the most part, I guess, as far as, but it's very understandable. I think that's going to be considered my official cutoff area as far as once we get to that 4-hour mark. So if you're wondering as far as how much longer we're going to go, that would be your answer. I know most of us here are probably kind of winding down for the evening as well, I guess, as far as to call it a day. And that's also very understandable. This is the way I wind down, actually. So to get in here and just kind of enjoy doing some mat work. This is my happy zone. On top of being able to play the games, of course, too. That's a pretty close second, that's for sure. Getting close to the end here. Doing good. So I'm planning on getting some additional, to supplement even, I guess, as far as what's going on the streams here, be it for My Design Studio Saturday and also Modeling Monday, to put some more information, I guess, as far as on the project page, I guess, as far as for the map. So just to kind of give more clarity of what is going to be included in the map, kind of a little bit of a preview of what will be involved with the map, as far as like placeables that are going to be built into the map and so on. I'm working ever so feverishly, I guess, as far as to get that information available for everybody, just in case they are wondering, as far as what the what is gonna, how the map works and all that good stuff. There's some of you out there that might be kind of curious. We did the same thing, I guess, as far as for the FS19 version of the map. As it stands right now, that project page doesn't have really much on it. But I am working on, I guess, as far as to provide some information on there. And also to have, a supplement, I guess, as far as to what's happening on the stream. So I know everybody can't necessarily attend the streams as much as they would like to. There we go. So we're up to that one. Just like that. So we got our snow mask and our dirt texture, I guess, as far as under our road. Let's go ahead and turn these back on. There you have it. Looks pretty good. It gives a little bit of subtleness, I guess, as far as in a break, I guess, in between the road and the grass. Sweet beans. Gotta like it. So even though it doesn't seem like we accomplished all that much, I guess, as far as with this one road here, this is actually a huge step, I guess, as far as to get. So I think one of the other things I'll do before saving this one final time, at least for this stream. Oop, I guess I messed it up here. Hold on. Clean that up a little bit. Oops, wrong texture. There we go. Yeah, I'm gonna add some farmland, so some purchasable area in this deal. Right now, this is unpurchasable, non-purchasable. So just to kind of outline this one here, we'll go back into our info layers, like so, and we want to switch this over to farmlands, and we'll have to add this to our XML so that it actually recognizes it. So it's one thing to paint it to the map. We also have to pinpoint it on the farmlands XML. So let's switch this over to farmlands. And let me go ahead and bring up that XML for that. Let's go over here. Oh, one thing I did forget to do. We don't need that. Yeah, we don't need this in here anymore. So let's get that out. Okay, just to kind of do a little bit of a cleanup there. So we need to open up our farmlands XML right here, and we'll need to point that to whatever ID. So right now we're 49 IDs. So the next one that we paint in here is going to be ID 50. Let's make some room. Copy that, paste it in here. This is some step that some map creators that are new, I guess, as far as this, tend to forget. So even though you paint that area onto the map based on the editor, you still have to point the game, I guess, as far as what NPC, for example, does own it. So this is an East End area, I guess. I'll probably put a different note, I guess, as far as on this. For now, I'll just leave it blank. So I tend to put comments in here as to where these different farmlands are, or what they're in relation to, so what field and what NPC does own it. This kind of helps me to understand, I guess, as far as if I want to adjust it, at some point I can just go in here and be like, yep, I want to adjust this field 5, I guess, as far as to be a different price scale or owned by somebody else. This makes it a little bit easier. Okay, so for now, what we're going to do is label this as 50. Okay, and we'll just keep it owned by NPC 12, which is, I think it's Brian Bell. Brian Bell. So I'm using a lot of the same names that were evident in the Farm Sim 19 version of the map. I've been able to use the pictures, so the pictures line up, I guess, as far as with the name. So if it does happen to be a female, it's lined up with the female NPC picture. So when you do contracts and things like that or whatever, they do actually line up. You know, so it's not a girl's name with a guy's picture, say, for example. Okay, so we got that labeled in here. Now we'll go ahead and paint that down in our map. And we'll need to set this to Farmland 50. So 49, just to kind of show some clarity here. 49 is right up here. That's where the racetrack is at. So you can kind of get an idea of where we're at here. So I think this area here that marked this corner, we'll do this as Farmland 50, which is also the same as what's in our XML. This is what bit we're going to paint here, because as far as for this viable farmland. And again, I'm going to keep a little bit of this still non-viable for the road, because we don't want to be able to buy the road necessarily. I know some of you are kind of cringing and be like, you know what, I get super tired in a map, I guess, as far as when I get my grass, I guess, as far as on the roadway, and it won't let me pick it up because I don't own that land. Totally understandable. Totally get you. But at the same time, part of the reason why I don't like to apply under the roads to be viable is the terraforming. So keep in mind, I guess, as far as when you consider, I guess, as far as how the farmlands work there, it puts a immediate 5 meter buffer in between each farmland. So if I put the viable farmland, I guess, as far as underneath the road, it's going to allow you to terraform, I guess, as far as under the road, which will totally, and you can't take the road out, because that's a static object. That's about the only reason why I still continue to make the area under the roads non-viable. Just for clarity. So I always tend to leave a buffer. I'll bring it right up to the edge of the road, because there is automatically a 5 meter buffer by default. So I'll bring the farmland right up to the edge of the road like this, and it creates a 5 meter buffer, and that adds to the inability as far as to terraform underneath that road and screw that map terrain up. So we're gonna go ahead and paint a little bit of this. I probably won't do this whole area, but just enough, I guess, as far as to be able to buy it. And come on over here and we can check our sign out. Not that we really need to buy that area to go spawn to that area, if you will. We'll probably end up having to just go ahead and drive in there. So I do have, that's probably another fair mention, I do have several simple hotspots, I guess, as far as to be able to spawn to different areas, like the racetrack, for example. And that's kind of by design too, because sometimes you just want to be able to go check an area out of the map before you buy it, instead of just looking at it from top down, I guess, as far as in the PDA. Alright, so we got this far enough over there. Let's open this up a little bit. I just want to paint a little bit of this. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and turn that roadway off. Okay, so let's go into here. Turn that off. I'm going to leave it highlighted though. Go back into farmlands. There we go. So I can still see where the edge of the road is, but I want to make sure I'm not painting under the road. That gives me a little bit more clarity to make sure I'm not painting that viable farmland under the road. Now I might end up actually repainting this one here, because this will be 49, this is 50. I tend to try to keep the farmlands kind of close proximity, so I would like to actually have 50 be somewhere over here. So I'll probably break this up here. I'm not going to make this all one viable area, for example. Totally could, but I don't think I want to do that. So at some point I might actually end up repainting these so that they're kind of not all scattered. So 49, 50s here, 51, 52, say for example, over there. I've got more than the default set to this map, I guess, as far as for that. So I can definitely do more than the standard 63 viable farmlands. I can go up to, I got this set to 128. Just for clarity. Not that I will probably use them all. They are available. So in comparison to the XML, so that's the balance in it. That's what a lot of the mechanics of the game works. So there's more than one place that you've got to have set up. So you've got your XML for your placeable. You also got your placeable construct. You got the XML that pairs that up there. Same with the farmlands. You paint the area on the map. You got to define that, I guess, as far as in the farmland XML, so it can be totally usable. It's kind of like a check and balance, that type of system that they have, or stuff you want to do in Farm Sim 22. Alright, so I don't know how big I want to make this area. I'm going to kind of square this off here. Like I said, I'm not going to make this, I just want to get something established over here. Start kind of getting this defined, I guess, as far as what type of farm areas that we want to, farm lands we want to have. I don't want to mix that up with already preset farm areas. And this will be another viable area over here. I'll probably split that up, or maybe just leave it one long strip. I'm not sure yet. Not really sure yet. We'll just kind of square this off and make this one viable area. And okay. Now I want to make sure I didn't paint underneath this road. Let's do the same thing we did the other road. So go here. I don't have this grouped yet, which I need to fix that actually. I just want to make sure I didn't paint underneath this here. Oh, looks like we're looking good there. Sweet. Cool beans. Alright, so that's another farmland area. Turn that off. Turn the visibility back on for that road. And this will turn this one back on. Yeah, so y'all have to let me know, I guess, as far as what name we should go for, I guess, as far as for this road. We haven't named it just yet. I do have some choices. And, yeah. We'll probably decide at some point, I guess, as far as what one we want to go with. I'm kind of leaning more towards using County Road or Burke Oak Road, because what I'm thinking with the way some of these lands are, I'll probably put like a sparse forest area over here to be able to buy, and then you can you'll have some logging to do there, for example. Not real dense forest, but you know, just some an area that you can develop, I guess, as far as into a field, for example. Okay, so let me double check through all this. I'm actually going to leave that one marked for now. So this is on the west end of the map, so we'll mark this actually as west end. There we go. This way when I come back in here, I'll know exactly what that one is, or I'll regroup that as far as much the same fashion that I did this fella right here. I think that'll work much better, I feel. Alright, so let's go and save this up, folks. We can get this tested out in the game. Let's see what the fruits of our labor have created for us here. Let's go ahead and save this one last time. We have officially hit that 4-hour mark in about 15 minutes. So by the time we get this all done, we'll be there. Let's go ahead and save this. We'll get it all moved over to our mods folder in our game, and yeah, let's check and see what we got going. Good stuff. Okay, there we go. We're all saved up. Get out of this. Okay, I'll actually go ahead and close some stuff up over here too. Don't need this anymore. So the only thing I'll have to do now that I already got it mapped, I just need to apply that name onto this sign, and that'll be good to go. But the model itself is all ready to go to be able to do that, so we are Gucci on that. So we're gonna reset that. Don't save that, and yes, close this right out. All right, cool. So we do have to save our farmlands to make use of that area that we just painted on the map. All good to go there. So now all we got to do is bring this over to our mod folder over to from our game. So yeah, let me switch this over real quick so we can get that done. Okay, so we're over here at our mods folder where we got our game installed for Farm Sim 22. We need to take this one out. This is our original map before any edits. I'm going to cut this guy out and put this onto our desktop. So definitely like to have a backup whenever we do some major surgery. I guess as far as on our map, we always want to have a backup in case something goes terribly wrong. We have something to revert back to. Save ourselves a headache on that. That's all we got to do. Go into our working folder, I guess as far as for our map, and bring it right over to our mods folder. We already did the cleanup, I guess as far as with texture and taking out that road sign. We're good there. I do know one thing is I need to clean out. I do have some placeholders of sorts, I guess as far as to do the clear areas, leveling, and stuff like that for some of the placeables that I'm still looking to get applied to the map. So I'll clean those out of the that particular folder once it gets copied over. Just take a second. Alrighty then. So we're currently sitting at just under 800 megs, I guess as far as total size, 801 megs. So that's everything that you've seen so far. That's where we're at so far, unpacked. Probably what you consider. So I've been very, very precise, I guess, as far as on adding too much texture and or model weight, I guess, as far as to the map. I'm very much trying to keep this as much under a gig once it's all said and done as much as possible. Just to optimize, I guess, as far as the overall map. So on top of the stuff that's already built into the map, like placeables, stuff that's already static into the map, everything that we just did just now, it all counts, I guess, as far as to what I showcase there, I guess, as far as what the size of the map. Okay, so we got that in there. I do want to clean out, and I guess I can't remember where that was at. Should be, so there's all our placeable farms. I don't remember where exactly I had those. Let me double check here again. I think it's in my sheds and barns. Yep, here they are. So these areas, I've got these placed in here because I still got some stuff to put in the store to be able to buy in an individual fashion. So some of the sheds and such that are on the preset farm areas, you'll be able to buy in the store. So what I did was I actually made preset clear areas or whatever to actually put into those sheds, because by default they're not in there. So I don't need them in here, I guess, as far as our mod folder. They're of no use in here. I'll take these out. Well, this will do a little bit of cleanup in our mod folder anyway. Alright, so now let's get this loaded up in the game. And we'll check it out. I will not be using steering wheel on this one in testing mode. We'll be turning off the autosave. We don't need to save any of this testing. Go into new farmer, choose our map. Does have precision farming applied to that, so I just want to make sure that was in there. I got there's some other things that I'm working on, I guess, as far as that are still not 100% complete. Those are still yet to be seen and showcased, I guess, as far as at a later date, I guess, as far as here on the channel. If you're looking forward to any of this, seeing any of that, definitely make sure you're hitting the follow button on the channel, get the notifications when the streams are live. Also, feel free to check out all the social media. Rock Nation Discord, I'm on Twitter. Feel free to follow those at your leisure, I guess, as far as to, you know what, I forgot to bring the devlog up. Gotta make sure we don't have any errors and such. Oh, I forgot something. I'm gonna go scroll back through this once it's all done, just to make sure. Make sure we don't have any red stuff, I guess, for sure. So far, for the most part, the map has been very clean. Oh, very clean load in. So there is one, for sure, which is related to the animal food. And that was, I've pointed this out several times before, it was definitely evident as well in Farm Sim 19. Whenever you touch the default mechanics, I guess, as far as of animal food, the game, the engine just doesn't like it. So that's the only warning that we have. If I do find a way to, guess, as far as to remove that warning, I will definitely apply it. But as it stands for right now, we do not. Okay, so other than that, we got a pretty clean log. Let's go into our map. And I'm going to turn off the autosave. Don't need to save this testing session. And then we should be able to go into our farmlands, and we should have an area over here. So where we put our new road is over in this area. You should have, there's area 50 right there. A lot smaller than I thought it was going to be, actually. So there's the viable plot, and it ends up being $83,896, just for clarity. So we definitely got enough money to buy it, but it is there. But it kind of gives you some clarity of how much more space there is in that area. So our road runs right along this area, and it ties into this dirt road up here. And again, this PDA has not been updated 100% just yet. So you're not going to see any of that just yet. It will eventually, but right now we're kind of working mostly lately on this east end of the map. We still got all that work to do on the west end of the map, as I pointed out earlier. Anywho, it is a viable plot, so that's cool. What I guess what I'll do is I'll just go ahead and get ourselves a vehicle, and we'll go and drive on over there. Do that. We'll be able to check out some of the other areas of the map too as we make our way over there. Another thing I can do, as I was mentioning the hotspots that are available, let's do that. I know I'm jumping around, and I apologize because I'm getting ready to close this thing up here. We do have a hotspot here for the racetrack, which is in that same area. So let's hop on over to our dynamically loaded racetrack. And we're in roughly the same area, I guess, as far as of that there. I still haven't done what I was saying I was going to do with making these boards here, I guess, as far as a scrap junk, I guess, as far as around the map that you can move around the map and use them in other areas and have them, they'll stay there, I guess, as far as wherever you move them. That's still yet to be done. Alright, so let's move the store over to this spot. Get ourselves a truck. Yeah, we'll use the hoopty, why not? We'll show the hoopty some love. Alright, I'm gonna go drive over there. See, the game sound's coming in. Let me turn that up a little bit. I feel like the game sound's a little low. That might be too loud. There we go. You got all this area that we haven't established as a farmland yet, but still yet to be done. Oh, I was gonna say, where's my road? There's my road. Yep, so we still got some lumpy bumps, I guess, as far as on the shoulder there. Like I mentioned, I was probably gonna fix those. Yep, so you can see how much of some lumpy bumps that are on the shoulder there. I'll have to smooth that out. Other than that, our road looks pretty good. Yeah, got some old dunes on the side of the road. The road itself actually looks pretty darn good. Alright, so should we have our road sign? Oh, we're kind of on an angle too, I just noticed. What the heck? We'll have to fix that at some point. Well, that road sign's actually tilted. How did that happen? Definitely have to fix that. So it's a little bit tilted to get that fixed. So here's our road sign. We shouldn't have that clipping. We don't have that clipping as we see it in, but it is definitely on there. And our bottom road is not labeled just yet. Much by design. So yeah, these road signs here are rigid body, so you can get those. These stop signs should be breakable. And those will just reset, I guess, as far as on coming back into the map. And that's just the way those are designed. So yep, we definitely made sure, I guess, as far as the collision for that wasn't buried too far in the ground to the point where they were already on the ground. That's pretty cool. But yeah, there's our new roadway. Let's go down to the other end. Yeah, that one there is a little bit lopsided there, and we'll have to make sure we get that fixed. So all this is potentially viable land, I guess, as far as once we do get it set up that way. We do have some work to do on the shoulder of the road. Got some lumpy bumps there. Other than that, not too bad. We already kind of knew that ahead of time, I guess, as far as that was going to be the case. Alright, so there's the one lake fenced-in area, and we're coming up to a dirt road. Ooh, yeah, so we got some elevation change there. We'll definitely have to tweak on that a little bit. We got a little bit of a rise here. Okay. No problemo. Yeah, we were trying to make room, I guess, as far as to put our road in there, but yep, this is what this end looks like. We'll have to smooth that out a little bit. Not too bad, though. So, the other thing I was trying to show, and because the placeable doesn't load into the map, this all loads in dynamically, we have this fenced-in area, and one extra added amenity to this fenced-in area is I put this sign on here. There is no sign like this that I've come to find that's in the game by default, so I had to create this one, I guess, as far as to make a private property type area. Now, you can buy this area, don't get me wrong, but what I wanted to test, it should actually move with the gate. So this is going to be another test for me. So let's, I need to give myself a little bit of money so I can buy this plot. A little over 100,000, I guess, as far as to buy it. So we'll just go give ourselves a 200 grand. Sounds good. It's all for testing purposes. We'll go ahead and buy that plot of land, which we're over here. Does have a hot spot for it too. Buy that up. So it ends up being 103,000. You want to buy that land? That is the only way you can open the gate, is to buy the land. So This is going to be a test for me to see that this does actually open with the gate. And it does. Sweet beans. Alright, so that should be the case for all these gates. So there's 3 gates on these. Ta-da! That worked out pretty good, actually. Want to make sure it's not clipping through the chain link. Yep. And we got one over on the other side here, too. This is all completely viable. You can actually sell that fenced-in area, I guess, as far as if you want, as far as the fencing. If you so choose, you don't have to. You can keep it there. It would be totally a usable plot. Yep, so there's the other side on this one, this gate. Cool. That all works like I planned it, so that's good. So we got our road done, we got our road sign done. I was able to test out that one fenced in area. So the other lake areas that I have on the map that I showed in the editor, we'll probably do much the same format like this, as well as some of these other vacant plots as far as to fence them in and be able to buy them and do what you want with them. So appreciate everybody that did stick around, I guess, as far as for this Modeling Monday. I had a lot of fun. Hope you did too. We will be streaming again, like I said, I guess, as far as on the channel for Wednesday, or whatever Wednesday, in support of Wounded Warrior Project. So hope to see you again. Hope to see you all then. Hope you all have a fantastic rest of your evening, day, or night, whatever you happen to be in the world. And we'll see you again later. Bye, everybody. I'm gonna get some food.